The first clues lie beneath modern streets. Several meters below the traffic of present-day Rome, archaeologists uncovered patches of dark soil cut by circular postholes. Around them lay broken cooking pots, animal bones, fragments of coarse clay jars, and ash from long cold hearths. The remains date to roughly the middle of the 8th century BC. No temples stand here, no marble columns, no imperial monuments, only traces left by wooden huts built on one of the hills overlooking the river Tiber. Across the valley, another cluster appears on a neighboring hill. The pottery is similar, the tools are similar. Each settlement occupies naturally defensible ground separated by marshland that seasonal floods regularly turned into shallow pools. The landscape suggests several small communities rather than a single town. The river explains why people stayed. The Tiber narrows here before continuing toward the Tyrrhenian Sea. A small island breaks the current into two manageable crossings. Long before bridges of stone, people, animals, carts, and merchants could move from one bank to the other with less risk than elsewhere along the river. Archaeological finds include imported pottery from Greek workshops, bronze ornaments produced farther north in Etruria, and objects whose styles originated hundreds of kilometers away. Even these early settlements were connected to wider exchange networks. Salt also appears in the evidence. Ancient paths later remembered as the Via Salaria linked inland communities with coastal salt flats near the mouth of the Tiber. Salt preserved meat, fed livestock, and supported trade. Pack animals carrying heavy sacks would have needed reliable river crossings. The hills above the ford offered both visibility and security. Geography was beginning to reward permanence. The surrounding landscape was not empty. To the north lived communities later known as the Etruscans, whose cemeteries contained painted tombs, bronze armor, and finely worked jewelry. Southward stretched settlements belonging to other Latin peoples. Greek colonies had already begun appearing along the coast of southern Italy, bringing new pottery styles, writing systems, and commercial connections. The future site of Rome stood between larger cultural worlds rather than apart from them. No surviving inscription calls this place Rome. No contemporary document names its inhabitants. The famous story of Romulus and Remus would not be written down until centuries later. The earliest physical evidence speaks instead of farmers, herders, traders, wooden fences, storage pits, spinning weights, and cooking fires scattered across neighboring hills. Their lives left impressions in the soil long before they entered written history. One question remains unresolved. Archaeology reveals several villages. Later tradition remembers only one city. Somewhere between scattered hilltop settlements and the first appearance of the name Rome, something changed. The post holes and broken pottery show where people lived. They do not yet explain why separate communities decided to become something larger. That transformation leaves the next layer of evidence waiting beneath the ground. The oldest written story of Rome begins long after the city supposedly existed. A marble statue of the she-wolf feeding two infants stands today as one of the most recognizable symbols of Rome. Yet the object itself is not evidence from Rome's foundation. The famous story attached to it belongs to a later period, when Romans were no longer asking how their city began, they were asking why it deserved to rule. The earliest Roman historians wrote centuries after the events they described. By then, Rome was no longer a collection of villages beside the Tiber. It controlled much of Italy and had begun fighting wars beyond the peninsula. Writers such as Livy and Dionysius of Halicarnassus collected older traditions, family records, religious stories, and oral memories to create a usable past. Their accounts begin with a familiar scene: a royal family, an abandoned child, a miraculous survival, a struggle for power. According to Roman tradition, the twins Romulus and Remus were descendants of the Trojan hero Aeneas, whose journey from the destroyed city of Troy connected Rome to the wider Mediterranean world. Their mother, Rhea Silvia, was said to have been forced into becoming a priestess. Their uncle feared their existence threatened his rule and ordered them abandoned in the Tiber. The physical landscape preserves one part of the story. The river exists, the hills exist, the flooding patterns exist. The valley between the Palatine and Capitoline hills exists, but no archaeological layer contains evidence of two royal infants, a wolf or a single founder. The question is not whether Romans believed the story. They clearly did. The question is why this particular story survived. The answer appears in the political world of later Rome. A city built through violence needed an explanation for its origins. The story of Romulus contained both creation and conflict. The first Roman was not presented as a peaceful village leader. He was a warrior who founded a settlement, expanded it, and killed his own brother during a dispute over the city's location. The message was already embedded in the myth. Rome was born through struggle. The hills beneath modern Rome provide a different version. Archaeologists found evidence that settlement gradually expanded across the landscape. Houses became more permanent. Defensive structures appeared. Religious spaces developed. Communities that had once been separate began sharing infrastructure and political organization. There was no single moment when a village became a city. There was accumulation. Walls require workers. Markets require roads. Armies require supplies. Religious centers require administrators. The city emerged because thousands of small decisions created a system larger than any individual. By the 6th century BC, the settlement on the Tiber had entered a new phase. Massive construction projects began transforming the landscape. Stone replaced wood. Drainage channels crossed the valleys. Public spaces developed. The evidence points toward a growing urban center. The legend points toward a heroic founder. Between them lies the real mystery of Rome, not how one man created a city, but how many communities, competing families, foreign influences, and practical needs combine to create one of history's most durable political machines. The next evidence appears in the ground beneath Rome's first monuments. The Age of Kings begins. A massive drainage channel runs beneath the center of ancient Rome. This structure, later known as the Cloaca Maxima, began as an open canal cutting through the low valley between Rome's hills. Layers of stone were added over generations until it became one of the city's most important underground systems. Its purpose was practical. The valley was wet. Before streets, temples, and political buildings could occupy this space, water had to be controlled. The construction itself reveals something important about early Rome. A scattered collection of villages does not organize labor on this scale. Stone blocks must be quarried. Workers must be fed. Materials must be transported. Plans must be coordinated. Someone or some group possessed enough authority to direct thousands of people toward a shared project. Later Roman tradition attributed these early achievements to a sequence of 7 kings. Their names survived, their palaces did not. The first kings belong partly to history and partly to memory. The Romans remembered Romulus as the founder, Numa Pompilius as the organizer of religious institutions, Tullus Hostilius as a warrior, Ancus Marcius as an expansionist, and the later kings Tarquinius Priscus, Servius Tullius, and Tarquinius Superbus as builders and rulers. But archaeology does not reveal a royal dynasty sitting above an early empire. It reveals a city slowly developing political structures. The 6th century BC provides the strongest evidence. Stone temples appear. The Capitoline Hill begins receiving monumental buildings. The Forum, once a marshy depression, becomes a central public area. The transformation is visible in materials. Wooden houses give way to more permanent structures. Imported Greek pottery appears alongside local products. Bronze tools become more common. Writing begins appearing in Italy. Rome is becoming connected to a larger Mediterranean world. The influence of neighboring Etruscan cities is impossible to ignore. Across the Tiber, Etruscan communities had developed wealthy urban centers with advanced metalworking, organized religion, and monumental architecture. Their tombs contained bronze mirrors, weapons, painted walls, and imported luxury goods. They possessed skills and traditions that moved southward into Rome. The early Roman kings were remembered wearing symbols that reflected this world: the purple robe, the ivory chair, the bundle of rods carried by attendants. These were not symbols of a later emperor. They were signs of authority borrowed from the political culture surrounding early Rome. The city was not isolated. It was absorbing ideas. A marketplace requires agreements. Agreements require rules. Rules require officials. Officials require recognition of authority. The political system was forming before Rome had the institutions that later made it famous. One object hints at this transition. The lapis niger, a black stone pavement discovered in the Forum, covers one of Rome's oldest known inscriptions. The language is difficult to interpret, but the letters belong to an early stage of Latin writing. The inscription appears connected to a sacred or political space. Someone was recording rules. Someone expected them to matter. By the end of the 6th century BC, Rome was no longer simply a group of settlements beside a river crossing. It had public works, religious centers, social divisions, written communication, and rulers whose authority reached beyond their own households. But the final king left behind a different kind of evidence, not a monument, not an inscription, a political reaction. The next transformation would not create a new king. It would remove the idea that Rome needed one. A bronze mirror from ancient Italy shows a scene that reveals more about Roman memory than Roman beginnings. The image depicts a woman, Lucretia, seated among objects associated with domestic life, spindles, fabric, household tools. Centuries later, Romans would remember her as the person whose death ended their monarchy. The story survives through writers who lived long after the event. According to Roman tradition, the final king of Rome was Lucius Tarquinius Superbus. His rule ended after the son of a Roman nobleman, Sextus Tarquinius, was accused of violating Lucretia. She reported the crime to her family, demanded revenge, and took her own life. Her death became the moment when Roman aristocrats united against the monarchy and expelled the Tarquin family. In 509 BC, tradition says, Rome became a republic. The evidence is less dramatic. No battlefield marks the transition. No surviving document records a crowd gathering to remove a king. Instead, archaeology shows a society already changing. The Forum contains traces of new political activity. Religious structures continue. Public spaces expand. Elite families begin leaving inscriptions that connect themselves to offices, military achievements, and religious positions. The language of kingship disappears slowly. The language of shared authority begins to appear. The word republic comes from the Latin phrase res publica, meaning the public matter or the common concern. It did not mean democracy in the modern sense. Power remained concentrated among wealthy families who controlled land, military leadership, and religious authority. The revolution did not remove inequality. It changed who controlled it. The old royal system placed authority in one person. The new system divided authority among elected officials. 2 consuls replaced the king. Each year, 2 men were chosen to command armies and oversee government. Their power was limited by time and by the existence of another consul who could block their decisions. The system created a problem. Rome needed strong leaders during crises, but it feared giving anyone permanent control. That tension would remain at the center of Roman politics for centuries. The first generations of the Republic were not peaceful. Ancient sources describe wars against neighboring Latin communities, Etruscan cities, and mountain tribes surrounding Rome. The details are difficult to verify, but the pattern is clear. Rome was fighting constantly. The geography explains part of this pressure. The city sat in a region filled with competing communities. Farmers needed land. Aristocrats wanted influence. Security required military strength. War became a political tool. Victories brought territory. Territory brought wealth. Wealth supported larger armies. Larger armies created more victories. A cycle had begun. One of the earliest physical signs of Rome's expanding identity appears in its coinage. Early Roman coins borrowed designs and weight systems from Greek communities in southern Italy. The metal itself carried information. It showed economic connections beyond the city and revealed a society becoming increasingly involved in Mediterranean trade. The Republic was still small. Its population was measured in tens of thousands, not millions. Its army was mostly citizen farmers carrying their own equipment. Its political institutions were controlled by a narrow elite. But the system contained something unusual. A city that had removed its king had created a mechanism for constant competition. Ambitious men could gain honor through office. Families could gain influence through military success. The state could absorb defeat and continue. The next evidence would come not from inside Rome, it would come from the hills surrounding the city, where Rome met the people who would either destroy it or become its first subjects. The struggle for Italy was beginning. A small bronze helmet recovered from central Italy tells the story of Rome before it became a Mediterranean power. The helmet is not unique. Similar pieces of armor have been found across the Italian peninsula, belonging to communities that fought, traded, and competed with one another for centuries. Bronze shields, iron spearheads, and fragments of military equipment reveal a landscape where survival depended on organized violence. Rome was one competitor among many. The Italian peninsula in the 5th century BC was not a single country waiting to be united. It was a collection of peoples. Latin communities occupied the region around Rome. Etruscan cities controlled territories to the north. Samnite tribes held the rugged mountains of central and southern Italy. Greek colonies lined the southern coastline. Each group had its own political traditions, languages, and military practices. Rome's first expansion was not a conquest of the world, it was a struggle for survival among neighbors. The evidence appears in defensive structures and battlefield remains. Fortifications were strengthened, weapons became standardized, road connections improved, military organization became more important because Rome's location placed it between competing powers. The Roman army of this period was not a professional force. A farmer left his fields, collected equipment, served in a campaign, and returned home. Military service was connected to citizenship. Land ownership provided status. Status provided political influence. War shaped Roman society because the people who fought were also the people who voted and held office. But this system created internal tension. The same bronze armor and iron weapons that expanded Roman territory also exposed divisions inside the city. The wealthy families who dominated government were known as patricians. Ordinary citizens were called plebeians. The conflict between these groups was not a single rebellion. It unfolded over generations. The evidence appears in political changes. New offices were created. Written laws appeared. Religious and legal knowledge became less restricted. One of the most important developments was the creation of the 12 tables around the mid-5th century BC. The original bronze tablets are lost. Their content survived through later Roman writers who quoted parts of the laws. The fragments reveal a society concerned with property, family authority, debt, inheritance, and legal procedure. The laws did not create equality. They preserved many existing social divisions. But they introduced something significant. Rules could now exist outside the private knowledge of powerful families. The law became a visible object. A citizen could point to written words rather than depend entirely on tradition. At the same time, Rome continued expanding. The city fought neighboring Latin communities and gradually brought them into its political system. Some defeated communities received citizenship, others gained partial rights. Rome developed a method that would later become one of its greatest advantages. It did not simply destroy defeated enemies, it reorganized them. Allied communities supplied soldiers. Soldiers created larger armies. Larger armies created further victories. By the 4th century BC, Rome had survived conflicts that should have weakened it. Then came the disaster. In 390 BC, according to Roman accounts, a Gallic army entered Italy and defeated Roman forces at the river Allia before capturing and burning the city. Archaeological layers show destruction in parts of early Rome. Burn marks, collapsed structures, abandoned objects. The exact scale remains debated, but the message was clear. Rome could be defeated. The city that survived the attack did not rebuild the same way. Walls expanded. Military organization improved. Political alliances became deeper. The invasion left behind more than destruction. It created a question Rome would spend the next centuries answering. How does a city that has been conquered become the power that conquers others? A massive stone wall cuts across the hills surrounding ancient Rome. Its blocks are irregular, fitted together without mortar, forming a defensive barrier that stretched for kilometers around the growing settlement. Known today as the Servian Wall, its exact construction date remains debated. but its existence reveals a city that expected conflict. The stones were a response to vulnerability. Rome had been burned. Its citizens had watched foreign soldiers occupy their streets. The memory remained embedded in the landscape. A city without walls depended on luck. A city with walls could prepare. The rebuilding of Rome after the Gallic invasion changed the relationship between the state and its citizens. Defense was no longer simply the responsibility of powerful families. The survival of the city required cooperation between farmers, soldiers, craftsmen, and administrators. The Republic was becoming a military society. The evidence appears in the organization of its armies. Roman soldiers carried standardized equipment. The famous curved shield, the scutum, protected the body. The short sword, the gladius, allowed close combat. The throwing spear, the pilum, could break enemy formations before hand-to-hand fighting began. These weapons were not simply tools of war. They were part of a system. A Roman army worked because thousands of individuals could move, fight, and respond together. The system developed through necessity. Rome's neighbors were not passive. The Samnites controlled difficult mountain territory across central Italy. Their warriors were experienced, mobile, and familiar with the rugged landscapes where Roman formations struggled. The conflict between Rome and the Samnites lasted for decades. The Samnite wars were not one battle. They were a prolonged contest over control of central Italy. Roman defeats exposed weaknesses. Roman victories expanded resources. Every campaign forced adaptation. After one Roman disaster in the Caudine Forks, where Roman forces were trapped and humiliated, the Republic did not collapse. It reorganized. New roads connected military regions. Colonies were established in strategic locations. Allied communities were tied more closely to Rome. The Republic developed a pattern that would repeat for centuries. Defeat became information. Information became reform. Reform created a stronger state. One of the most important pieces of evidence for this transformation is the road network. The Via Appia began construction in 312 BC under the censor Appius Claudius Caecus. Its original purpose was military access towards southern Italy. The road was built from layers. Large stones formed the foundation. Smaller gravel filled gaps. A paved surface created a durable route for marching troops, carts, and supplies. The road was not only transportation. It was control. A road allowed soldiers to arrive faster. Officials could travel farther. Trade could expand. Rome's influence moved along stone. By the beginning of the 3rd century BC, Rome had defeated many of its Italian rivals and created a network of allies across the peninsula. But this victory created a new problem. Rome now controlled territory filled with different peoples, different languages, different traditions, different loyalties. Maintaining this system required more than soldiers. It required a political invention. Rome had to decide who belonged. Some defeated communities received citizenship. Others became allies obligated to provide troops. Some gained partial rights without full political participation. The result was unusual for the ancient world. Rome expanded not only by destroying enemies, it expanded by creating relationships with them. The city that once struggled to survive behind stone walls was now looking beyond Italy. Across the sea, another power was watching. A wealthy trading empire controlled islands, fleets, and commercial routes throughout the western Mediterranean. Its name was Carthage. The next conflict would determine whether Rome remained an Italian power or became something far larger. A layer of burned stones beneath the ancient city of Agrigentum reveals the beginning of a larger struggle. The ruins contain evidence of violence. Collapsed walls, broken pottery, weapon fragments. The city had once belonged to the Greek world of Sicily, an island positioned between two expanding powers. By the 3rd century BC, Sicily had become too valuable to remain independent. The island sat at the center of Mediterranean trade routes. Grain fields supplied armies, harbors connected merchants, forts controlled movement between east and west. Whoever controlled Sicily gained more than land. They gained access. Rome had reached the southern edge of Italy. Carthage already controlled a maritime network stretching across North Africa, parts of Spain, and many western Mediterranean islands. Its wealth came from trade, naval power, and tribute from allied communities. The two powers had avoided direct conflict for generations. Earlier treaties survived through Roman accounts describing agreements over trading zones and military limits. These documents reveal something important. Rome and Carthage understood each other as separate spheres. Rome was a land power, Carthage was a sea power. The balance changed when Rome became involved in Sicily. The immediate trigger was a group of mercenaries known as the Mamertines, who controlled the city of Messana in northeastern Sicily. They requested help during a local conflict. Both Rome and Carthage responded. A local dispute became a confrontation between two expanding systems. The First Punic War began in 264 BC. The evidence from the conflict appears beneath the Mediterranean. Shipwrecks preserve bronze rams, anchors, helmets, and military equipment. These objects reveal how Rome adapted to a type of warfare it had rarely practiced. Naval combat was not Rome's strength. The Republic had built its power through infantry, through roads, through alliances, through armies marching across Italy. Now it needed fleets. The Romans copied and modified enemy technology. According to later sources, they developed a device called the corvus, a boarding bridge that allowed soldiers to turn sea battles into something closer to land combat. The idea was simple. If Roman soldiers could reach enemy ships, their battlefield experience became useful. The navy became another extension of the army. The war lasted 23 years. That length itself reveals the scale. This was not a border conflict. Both sides possessed deep resources. Both could replace lost armies. Both could continue after defeat. Rome suffered catastrophic naval losses during storms. Entire fleets disappeared. Thousands of men died, yet the Republic continued building ships. The state could demand resources from its citizens and allies because its political structure connected military service with shared survival. Carthage faced a different problem. Its armies depended heavily on commanders and hired soldiers from different regions. The state possessed enormous wealth, but maintaining loyalty among diverse forces required constant payment and negotiation. In 241 BC, the final major naval battle at the Aegates Islands ended the conflict. Carthage surrendered Sicily. Rome acquired its first overseas province. The island became something new in Roman history, not an ally, not a conquered city, a territory governed from outside. The Republic had crossed a boundary. The Mediterranean was no longer simply the world around Rome. It was becoming Rome's world. But victory created a danger. A state built for Italian warfare now controlled lands beyond Italy. It needed administrators, tax systems, permanent military commitments. The tools of a regional power were not enough for an empire. The next evidence would come from a man who understood exactly how Rome could be defeated. His name was Hannibal. A stone marker from the Alps preserves no name. No inscription records the soldiers who crossed the mountains. No monument identifies the exact route. Only fragments remain: animal bones, iron weapons, bronze fittings, ancient roads buried beneath later landscapes. Together, they reveal one of the most unexpected military movements of the ancient world. An army had crossed into Italy from the north. At its center was a Carthaginian commander named Hannibal Barca. The conflict began in Spain. After losing Sicily and paying a heavy war settlement, Carthage rebuilt its power by expanding into the Iberian Peninsula. Silver mines, trading cities, and military recruitment centers provided new resources. The city of Saguntum became the breaking point. Located on the eastern coast of Spain, Saguntum was connected with Rome through diplomatic agreements. When Hannibal captured the city in 219 BC, Rome treated the attack as a direct challenge. The Second Punic War began. Hannibal did not attack Rome through the obvious route. He avoided a naval invasion. He avoided a direct march through Roman-controlled Italy. Instead, he moved thousands of soldiers through Spain, across southern Gaul, and into the Alps. The journey itself was a logistical achievement. An army required food. Animals required supplies. Weapons required maintenance. Thousands of men had to survive mountains, weather, and hostile communities. Ancient sources describe elephants crossing the Alps. The archaeological evidence is limited. The exact route remains debated, but the result is certain. Hannibal appeared in Italy with a large Carthaginian army where Rome did not expect him. The first battles exposed a weakness in Roman confidence. At the river Trebia in 218 BC, Roman forces were defeated. At Lake Trasimene the following year, another Roman army was destroyed in an ambush. Then came Cannae. The battlefield in southern Italy still contains traces of the event through scattered archaeological finds and later surveys. In 216 BC, Hannibal surrounded and destroyed a much larger Roman army. Ancient historians record tens of thousands of Roman deaths. The exact number remains debated. But the consequence is clear. Rome had suffered one of the worst military disasters in its history. A normal state might have negotiated. Rome did not. The evidence of its response appears in political decisions. The Republic refused surrender. New armies were recruited. Younger soldiers were trained. Allied communities were pressured to continue providing troops. The state even accepted military service from groups previously excluded from traditional citizenship. The war became a test of endurance. Hannibal remained in Italy for years. He captured cities. He gained allies among Rome's enemies, but he could not force the Republic to collapse. This revealed a difference between the two powers. Carthage could win battles. Rome could survive losses. The Roman system absorbed destruction because it was spread across a network of citizens and allies. Every defeated army could be replaced. Every lost commander could be replaced. Every destroyed city could be rebuilt. The conflict eventually shifted away from Italy. Rome began attacking Carthaginian possessions elsewhere, including Spain. The young Roman commander Publius Cornelius Scipio captured key Carthaginian territories and later carried the war directly to North Africa. In 202 BC, at the Battle of Zama, Roman forces defeated Hannibal. The war ended. Carthage remained alive, but the balance had changed permanently. Rome now controlled Spain. It dominated the western Mediterranean. Its armies had crossed seas and mountains. The republic that once struggled against neighboring Italian tribes had defeated one of the wealthiest powers on earth. But a new problem followed victory. Rome now possessed territories too large for old republican habits. The next century would reveal whether Rome could govern the world it had conquered. A collection of bronze coins from the 2nd century BC shows a republic changing faster than its political system could handle. The images are familiar: Roman gods, military symbols, names of officials, but the metal itself reveals a larger transformation. Coins were moving farther, across the Mediterranean, into former Greek territories, through ports in Spain, across markets in North Africa and the eastern Mediterranean. Rome had acquired something it had never possessed before, a permanent presence beyond Italy. After defeating Carthage, Roman armies did not return permanently home. They remained. Spain became a source of silver, soldiers, and strategic territory. Sicily became a major grain supplier. Greek cities entered Rome's political orbit. The Republic had gained provinces, but the institutions controlling those provinces were created for a city-state: 2 elected consuls, a senate of aristocratic families, temporary military commands. These systems had worked when Rome governed Italy. They became strained when Roman officials were managing territories thousands of kilometers away. The evidence appears in administrative records. Governors were appointed to oversee provinces, tax collectors appeared, military commanders gained years of experience away from Rome. A new class of wealthy Romans emerged. They profited from contracts, trade, and provincial administration. The expansion of Rome created opportunity. It also created inequality. A farming tool found beside abandoned Italian villages tells part of the story. Small farms had formed the backbone of Roman military society. Citizen soldiers left their fields to fight. They returned and rebuilt. But as wars became longer and armies served farther from home, many farmers struggled. Fields were neglected, debt increased, large estates expanded. These estates, known as latifundia, often relied on enslaved labor captured during Rome's wars. Military victory produced wealth. Wealth changed the economy. The economy changed Roman society. By the 2nd century BC, Rome had become one of the largest slave societies in the ancient Mediterranean. The evidence appears everywhere: slave collars, legal documents, household records, mining sites, agricultural estates. The scale is difficult to calculate precisely, but slavery became central to Roman production. One person's conquest became another person's forced labor. The consequences appeared in politics. A new generation of leaders began arguing over the direction of the republic. Among them was Tiberius Gracchus. In 133 BC, he was elected tribune of the plebs, an office created centuries earlier to protect ordinary citizens. The evidence from his career comes mainly through later historians. The original documents are lost, but the political crisis he represents is clear. Tiberius proposed land reforms intended to limit the concentration of public land among wealthy families and redistribute some territory to poorer citizens. The proposal challenged powerful interests. Supporters saw reform. Opponents saw a threat to traditional authority. The conflict ended violently. Tiberius was killed by political rivals in Rome. His death was not an isolated incident. It revealed a deeper problem. The Republic had created mechanisms for competition, but it had fewer mechanisms for resolving conflicts created by imperial expansion. Military success had produced wealth. Wealth had produced rivalry. Rivalry had entered the streets. The old political system was beginning to fracture under the weight of its own victories, and the evidence suggests the most dangerous change had not yet arrived. Roman armies were no longer only defending the state. They were becoming attached to the commanders who led them. The Republic had built powerful armies. Now it had to discover who truly controlled them. A set of worn military sandals discovered near an ancient Roman road reveals a quiet transformation. The leather is damaged. The soles are reinforced. The design is practical. These were not parade objects. They belonged to soldiers who marched thousands of kilometers away from Rome. By the 1st century BC, Roman armies had changed. The citizen farmer who briefly left his field for a campaign was becoming something different. A professional soldier. The reason was not one law or one commander. It was the result of decades of expansion. Wars lasted longer. Campaigns moved farther. Provincial territories required permanent garrisons. A farmer could not maintain a distant farm and fight years of overseas campaigns at the same time. Military service became a career. This created a new relationship. Soldiers depended on generals. Generals provided pay. Generals promised land. Generals created opportunities after service. The loyalty of an army began shifting from the state toward the individual commander. The consequences appeared during the rise of Gaius Marius. In 107 BC, Marius became consul during a period when Rome faced military problems in North Africa. The war against the Numidian king Jugurtha had exposed corruption among Roman officials and weaknesses within the army. Marius changed recruitment practices by accepting volunteers from citizens who did not meet traditional property requirements. The exact details of these reforms remain debated, but the broader transformation is clear. Rome needed more soldiers. The state increasingly relied on men whose main asset was their willingness to fight. The army became more professional. It also became more dependent on successful commanders. The pattern repeated during wars against migrating Germanic tribes. Roman defeats created fear. Roman victories created powerful generals. One of those generals was Lucius Cornelius Sulla. His career revealed a dangerous possibility. A Roman commander could now use military loyalty against Rome itself. In 88 BC, Sulla received command of a campaign against King Mithridates of Pontus. Political rivals attempted to remove him from the position. Sulla responded in a way no Roman commander had done before. He marched his army on Rome. The city that had once expelled kings now saw a Roman general enter with soldiers behind him. The act shattered an old boundary. Armies were supposed to defend the Republic. They were not supposed to decide its politics. But the soldiers followed Sulla. Their future depended on him. After capturing Rome, Sulla later became dictator and carried out political purges against opponents. Lists of condemned individuals, known as proscriptions, allowed property confiscation and executions. The evidence survives through inscriptions, writings, and later accounts. Names disappeared. Property changed hands. Political power was redistributed. The Republic still existed, Consuls were still elected, the Senate still met, but the balance had shifted. Military success now carried political power. The next generation inherited this reality. Among them was a young aristocrat from an old Roman family. He understood that the path to influence no longer ran only through elections and speeches, it ran through armies. His name was Gaius Julius Caesar. When Caesar entered politics, Rome already possessed the tools that would allow one man to challenge the entire republican system. A wealthy empire, a competitive elite, and soldiers whose loyalty could be won. The final struggle of the Republic was beginning. A small river in northern Italy carries almost no evidence of the moment that changed Roman history. The water moves through the same landscape where farms, roads, and settlements once connected Roman territory. The river is called the Rubicon. Today it is narrow. In 49 BC, it represented something far more important, a legal boundary. Roman governors were forbidden from bringing their armies into Italy itself. Their command ended at the frontier. A general who crossed with troops was no longer acting as a servant of the Republic. He was acting as a threat. The evidence for what happened comes mainly from written accounts. No battlefield remains marked the crossing. No inscription records Caesar's words. The famous phrase, "the die is cast," appears through later literary tradition rather than direct documentation. But the political consequences are clear. The Roman Republic entered its final crisis. The man at the center was Gaius Julius Caesar. His rise had been built through the same mechanisms that had transformed Roman politics: military command, provincial wealth, personal alliances. After serving in political offices, Caesar received command in Gaul. The region contained diverse communities beyond the Alps. For nearly a decade, Roman armies fought there. The evidence appears across the landscape: Roman marching camps, fortifications, weapons, coin deposits, burned settlements. Caesar's own written account, Commentari de Beo Gallico, presents the campaigns as necessary defensive actions. Later historians have questioned many of his claims. The physical record shows both conquest and resistance. Roman expansion brought roads and administration. It also brought destruction, displacement, and forced submission. The campaigns made Caesar wealthy and gave him something even more valuable: an experienced army loyal to him personally. By the end of the Gallic Wars, Caesar had become one of the most powerful men in Rome. The traditional political system could no longer easily contain commanders with independent military power. His opponents in the Senate demanded that he surrender command and return to Rome as a private citizen. Without his army, Caesar would have faced political enemies who could prosecute him. With his army, he could negotiate from strength. The decision came in January 49 BC. Caesar crossed the Rubicon. The Republic's laws had been broken. The question was whether anyone could stop him. His opponent was Gnaeus Pompeius Magnus, known as Pompey. Pompey had also built his reputation through military victories. He had defeated pirates in the Mediterranean. He had expanded Roman influence in the East. He had once been Caesar's political ally. But alliances among powerful Romans were temporary. The conflict between Caesar and Pompey was not simply personal. It was the final stage of a deeper transformation. The Republic had created commanders capable of conquering territories larger than the state itself could directly control. Those commanders returned with money, soldiers, and political influence. The system rewarded individuals who became too powerful for the system. Caesar moved quickly. Italy fell under his control with limited resistance. Pompey and his allies withdrew eastward, gathering resources for a larger confrontation. The Republic still had institutions. The Senate still existed. Elections still occurred. But the essential question had changed. For centuries, Romans had feared kings. Now they faced something different: a victorious general with no crown, no royal title, and an army that followed him. The next evidence would come from the battlefield of Pharsalus. There, the fate of the Republic would be decided by two Roman armies fighting each other. A layer of scattered iron weapons lies beneath the fields of central Greece. Arrowheads, spear fragments, pieces of armor, small objects abandoned by men who never returned to collect them. The battlefield is called Pharsalus. In 48 BC, two Roman armies met there. Both carried Roman standards. Both followed Roman commanders. Both claimed to represent the legitimate republic. The conflict was no longer Rome against an external enemy. Rome had turned its military power inward. Before the battle, Pompey possessed significant advantages. He had more senators supporting him. He controlled resources from the eastern provinces. His forces included experienced soldiers and allied troops from across the Mediterranean. Caesar's army was smaller, but it had something different. Years of shared campaigns, a direct relationship with its commander. The men who followed Caesar had fought with him in Gaul, crossed rivers with him, and survived battles far from home. Their loyalty was personal. The battle itself demonstrated the changing nature of Roman warfare. Ancient accounts describe Caesar positioning reserve troops to counter Pompey's cavalry attack. Whether every detail occurred exactly as recorded remains uncertain, but the outcome is not. Pompey's army collapsed. Thousands of Romans died. The political structure that had governed Rome for nearly 5 centuries lost its ability to decide power peacefully. Pompey fled eastward. He reached Egypt seeking support from the young ruler Ptolemy Ctesias. Instead, he was killed before Caesar arrived. A Roman commander who had once celebrated triumphs and controlled vast territories ended his life as a political offering. The evidence of Caesar's victory was not only military, it appeared in administration. After defeating his enemies, Caesar received extraordinary powers. He became dictator, then dictator for longer periods, eventually dictator for life. The title itself was ancient. The use of it was different. Earlier dictators had been temporary emergency officials appointed for specific crises. Caesar's position moved beyond that tradition. The Republic still displayed its old symbols. Senators met in the Senate House. Magistrates continued to exist. Coins still carried traditional designs. But political reality had changed. Power was concentrated around one person. The transformation was visible on Roman currency. Some coins began showing Caesar's portrait while he was still alive. This was unusual. Roman tradition had generally avoided placing living individuals on coins because kingship was associated with monarchy, and Romans had rejected kings centuries earlier. The image was a message. Caesar's authority no longer depended only on office. His personal identity had become political, but his victory created another problem. A system built around one powerful individual had no clear method for replacing him. In 44 BC, a group of senators decided that Caesar had gone too far. They believed they were defending the Republic by removing him. On the Ides of March, Caesar entered the Senate meeting place. The surviving accounts describe multiple attackers using knives. The exact sequence is debated. The result is certain. Caesar was dead. The men who killed him expected the Republic to return. They had removed the individual. They had not removed the conditions that created him. Rome still had enormous territories, still had professional armies, still had ambitious commanders, still had political divisions. The assassination solved one problem. It created another. The struggle after Caesar's death would reveal whether the Republic could rebuild itself, or whether the age of kings had returned without anyone using the word king. A small bronze coin carries the image of a young man with a name that would eventually become one of the most powerful titles in history. At first, he was not an emperor. He was Gaius Octavius. He was 18 years old when news reached him that Julius Caesar had been murdered in Rome. The connection between them was unusual. Octavius was Caesar's great-nephew and adopted heir. The adoption document transformed an unknown young aristocrat into the inheritor of Caesar's name, wealth, and political network. But inheritance alone did not create power. Rome was still unstable. The men who killed Caesar believed they had restored the Republic. The reality was different. The vacuum left behind attracted competing commanders. Among them was Mark Antony, one of Caesar's closest military allies. Antony controlled soldiers. Octavian controlled Caesar's reputation and legal inheritance. The two initially cooperated. Along with Marcus Lepidus, another powerful commander, they formed the Second Triumvirate in 43 BC. The evidence survives through inscriptions, coins, and later historical accounts. The arrangement was officially recognized by Roman law. 3 men were granted extraordinary authority to reorganize the state, but the republic was not being repaired. It was being divided. Their first major objective was eliminating Caesar's assassins. At the Battle of Philippi in 42 BC, the forces of Octavian and Antony defeated Brutus and Cassius, 2 leading figures behind Caesar's assassination. The men who claimed to defend the Republic were defeated by armies created through the Republic's own political failures. Afterward, the Roman world was divided among the victors. Antony moved east. Octavian controlled the west. Lepidus gradually lost influence. The arrangement could not last. Power had become too concentrated. The final conflict came between Octavian and Antony. The evidence from this period appears on coins scattered throughout the Mediterranean. Different images told different political stories. Antony presented himself as a powerful Roman commander connected with Eastern wealth and military success. Octavian presented himself as the defender of Roman tradition against a dangerous rival. The conflict became especially connected to Antony's alliance with Cleopatra, the ruler of Egypt. The relationship was political as much as personal. Egypt controlled enormous wealth. Its grain supplies were essential. Its position made it one of the most valuable territories in the Mediterranean. In 31 BC, the fleets of Octavian and Antony met near Actium on the western coast of Greece. The battle was primarily naval. Ancient accounts describe a decisive victory for Octavian's forces. The archaeological evidence includes remains of military camps, anchors, and naval equipment. The result changed the balance of power. Antony and Cleopatra retreated to Egypt. A year later, they died. Octavian remained, but he faced a problem that had destroyed Caesar. How could one man control Rome without appearing to become a king? The solution would define the next 5 centuries. Octavian did not wear a crown. He did not abolish the Senate. He did not call himself monarch. Instead, he rebuilt the political system around a new idea, the appearance of a republic, the reality of one-man authority. In 27 BC, Octavian returned powers to the Senate in a carefully staged political settlement. The Senate rewarded him with new honors. One title would become permanent. Augustus, the Roman Republic, had not officially ended. Its buildings remained, its offices remained, its language remained, but the evidence suggests that Rome had entered a new age, the age of emperors. A bronze coin from the late 1st century BC carries a face that would appear on Roman currency for decades. The image is not labeled king. There is no royal crown, no throne, no symbol declaring a monarchy. Instead, the inscription identifies a Roman citizen holding carefully chosen titles. The man is Octavian, the future Augustus. His political achievement was not simply winning a civil war. Others had won wars before him. Julius Caesar had conquered Gaul. Pompey had dominated the eastern Mediterranean. Sulla had marched on Rome. The problem was never gaining power. The problem was keeping it without destroying the traditions that gave Rome legitimacy. Octavian studied the failures of those before him. Caesar had accumulated authority too openly. The senators who killed him believed they were preventing monarchy. Octavian chose another approach. He would preserve the appearance of the republic while changing who controlled it. In 27 BC, Octavian announced that he was restoring power to the Senate and the Roman people. The event was carefully designed. The republic appeared to return. But the evidence tells a different story. Coins began displaying new titles. Inscriptions on public buildings identified Augustus as the leading citizen. Provincial governors increasingly depended on his authority. The army remained loyal to him. The state had changed without a dramatic moment of replacement. No palace replaced the Senate House. No crown appeared. The transition happened through administration. The key word was princeps. It meant first citizen. The title suggested equality. The reality was different. The princeps controlled the military commands that mattered most. He managed the wealthiest provinces. He influenced elections. He determined political appointments. The old institutions survived, but they operated inside a new structure. Augustus also understood that power required stability. Rome had spent decades experiencing civil war. The evidence of destruction appeared throughout Italy. Farms abandoned, communities damaged, veterans needing land, treasuries exhausted. Augustus needed to convince Romans that his rule represented recovery rather than another dictatorship. His rebuilding program transformed the city. Temples were repaired, roads were improved, public buildings appeared. The famous phrase later attributed to Augustus claimed he found Rome built of brick and left it built of marble. This statement is exaggerated, but the archaeology confirms a massive construction program. Stone replaced older materials, public spaces expanded, the city became a visible advertisement of political order. The changes reached ordinary people. A merchant near the Tiber could now move goods through a more organized imperial system. A soldier on the frontier received regular pay from a permanent military structure. A construction worker found employment through public projects. The empire was not created by a single decree. It was built through thousands of administrative decisions. But Augustus still faced the problem that had destroyed previous leaders. What happened after him? The Republic had always relied on elected officials who eventually left office. A one-person system required succession. The solution was not written into any law. It depended on family connections, political preparation, and military acceptance. The next generation would reveal whether Augustus had created a lasting system or simply delayed another civil war. A set of marble inscriptions from across the Roman world reveals a quiet change. The names are different. The locations are distant. A governor in Spain, an official in North Africa, a military commander near the Rhine, a city council in Greece. But the pattern is the same. Rome was no longer governing only Rome. It was managing a network of provinces connected by roads, taxes, armies, and officials. Augustus inherited an empire created through conquest. His achievement was creating a system that could operate after conquest. The first problem was administration. The Roman Republic had relied on temporary officials. A consul commanded armies for a year. A governor managed a province for a limited term. These arrangements worked when Rome controlled Italy and fought occasional wars. They became unstable when Rome controlled territories stretching from Spain to Syria. Augustus reorganized the provinces. Some remained under the authority of the Senate, others were controlled directly by the emperor. The difference was practical. The provinces requiring the strongest military presence were placed under Augustus because they contained the largest armies. The emperor became the central figure connecting soldiers, governors, and resources. The system created a new political reality. The Senate still existed. Senators still held offices. Public ceremonies still followed traditional forms, but the most important decisions increasingly passed through the emperor's network. The evidence appears in the administrative records left behind: official letters, military diplomas, stone inscriptions, tax documents. Together they show an empire held together by paperwork as much as weapons. The roads were another part of the machine. A milestone found beside a Roman road could identify the emperor responsible for construction, the distance to the next settlement, and the officials overseeing maintenance. These stones were practical objects. They measured distance. They guided travelers. They also carried political messages. Every repaired bridge and restored road connected local communities to imperial authority. The army became the strongest institution supporting the system. Augustus reduced the enormous forces left behind by civil war. Many soldiers were discharged, colonies were established for veterans, a smaller professional army remained. Around 28 legions guarded the empire's borders. The number changed over time, but the principle remained. Rome now maintained permanent military forces. The soldiers' experience changed. A legionary could spend decades away from Italy. He built forts, constructed roads, patrolled rivers, interacted with local populations. Military camps became seeds of future cities. The frontier was not simply a line of defense. It was a zone of economic exchange. Merchants followed armies, workshops appeared near forts, local settlements grew around military demand. The empire expanded through infrastructure. But the system had a weakness. The emperor controlled enormous power, yet the position itself remained unclear. There was no official law creating an emperor. No written constitution explaining succession. The entire structure depended on one question: Would the next ruler be accepted? Augustus spent years preparing the answer. He arranged marriages, promoted relatives, presented possible successors to the public, but death repeatedly removed his chosen heirs. The final successor would be someone Augustus did not originally intend to inherit the empire. A military commander, a member of another branch of the family, a man whose personality would shape the future of Roman rule. His name was Tiberius, and his reign would reveal the hidden cost of Augustus's creation. The Republic had survived by limiting individuals. The empire would survive by trusting them. A marble portrait shows a face with controlled features. The expression is restrained. The hair is carefully arranged. The clothing identifies rank rather than personality. Thousands of similar portraits existed across the Roman world because imperial images became part of how Rome communicated power. This particular face belonged to Tiberius. The second ruler of Rome inherited something Augustus had carefully constructed but never fully defined: an empire without a legal blueprint. A government centered around one individual, a military system loyal to the imperial position. Tiberius became emperor in AD 14 after Augustus died. The transition itself was evidence of success. For the first time, Rome transferred power without a civil war. The system created by Augustus had survived its creator. But the new emperor faced a difficult political problem. If he acted like a king, he risked provoking the same fears that had destroyed Julius Caesar. If he acted too weakly, ambitious generals and politicians could challenge him. Tiberius chose caution. The evidence from his reign appears in letters, inscriptions, coins, and administrative records. He continued many Augustan policies. Taxes were collected, frontiers were defended. Provincial administration continued. The army remained under imperial control. The machine functioned. But the relationship between the emperor and Rome's political elite became increasingly tense. The Senate still met. Senators still debated, yet everyone understood where ultimate authority rested. The emperor's approval became necessary. The political theater of the Republic remained. The balance of power had changed. Tiberius spent much of his reign away from Rome. After AD 26, he lived primarily on the island of Capri. The reasons remain debated. Ancient writers described isolation and suspicion. Modern historians examine a wider range of evidence and note that emperors often governed through correspondence rather than constant physical presence. The empire had become too large for one person to manage directly. Distance was part of imperial rule. One object reveals the connection between the emperor and ordinary soldiers. Military diplomas, small bronze certificates issued to retired auxiliary soldiers, recorded legal privileges granted after service. They carried imperial authority into the hands of individuals who had spent decades protecting Rome's borders. A soldier in Syria or the Balkans might never see the emperor, but the emperor's decisions shaped his entire life. This was the reality of the imperial system. Power traveled through documents. The most significant challenge during Tiberius's reign came from within the imperial household. A man named Sejanus rose through the ranks of government and became commander of the Praetorian Guard, the elite force responsible for protecting the emperor. The Praetorians were created by Augustus as a security unit. Their location near the emperor gave them political influence. Sejanus understood this. He built connections among officials and gained enormous authority. The evidence suggests a growing concentration of power around one administrator. Then, the relationship collapsed. In AD 31, Tiberius ordered Sejanus arrested. He was executed. His supporters were removed. The episode demonstrated a recurring feature of imperial politics. The emperor did not need a rival army to feel threatened. Influence inside the palace could be enough. Tiberius died in AD 37. The empire he left behind was stable. Its borders were secure, its finances were strong, its institutions were functioning. But the next emperor would test the limits of the system. He was young. He was popular. He carried the family name of Germanicus, one of Rome's most respected generals. And within a few years, Roman writers would describe him as a ruler who transformed admiration into fear. His name was Gaius. History would remember him as Caligula. A marble head with damaged features lies among the remains of imperial portraits. The nose is broken. The surface is worn. The identity of the subject is still recognizable. It belonged to Gaius Julius Caesar Augustus Germanicus, known to history as Caligula. Few Roman emperors left behind such a complicated record. The evidence is divided: coins, inscriptions, building remains, official records, and later writings that describe a ruler whose behavior became a symbol of imperial excess. The difficulty is separating what happened from what later Romans wanted to remember. Caligula became emperor in AD 37 at the age of 24. His early reign appears stable. The evidence from coins shows a ruler emphasizing family connections and military legitimacy. His father, Germanicus, had been one of Rome's most respected generals. His great-grandfather was Augustus. His rise represented continuity. After the suspicion of Tiberius, many Romans welcomed a younger emperor connected to a popular military family. The first months brought political gestures designed to restore trust. Caligula recalled some exiles. Public ceremonies honored his relatives. The Senate participated in displays of loyalty. The empire expected renewal. Then the relationship deteriorated. Ancient writers, including Suetonius and Tacitus, portray Caligula as cruel, unstable, and obsessed with personal power. Their accounts describe extravagant spending, humiliations of senators, and bizarre commands, but these writers lived after Caligula's death. They wrote in a political culture where portraying failed emperors as monsters was common. The physical evidence provides a more complicated picture. Caligula began major construction projects. The remains of an enormous bridge and harbor works near the Bay of Naples are connected with his reign. Coins show continued military activity. Administrative systems continued operating. The empire did not collapse. The problem was not that Rome stopped functioning. The problem was the relationship between the emperor and the elite groups expected to share power. One example comes from imperial finances. After decades of careful management under Augustus and Tiberius, Caligula spent heavily on public displays, gifts, and military projects. Ancient sources accuse him of exhausting the treasury. The exact scale is uncertain. But the political consequence is clearer. A ruler who spent resources to reward loyalty could also create fear among those who controlled government. The emperor's personal behavior became a political issue. The palace became the center of danger. In AD 41, a group of conspirators from the Praetorian Guard and the Senate assassinated Caligula. The evidence comes from ancient accounts rather than surviving physical remains. The assassination revealed a weakness built into the imperial system. The emperor controlled the state, but the state had no simple method for removing an unpopular emperor. The Praetorian Guard, created to protect imperial authority, had now demonstrated that it could also decide who held it. After Caligula's death, the soldiers found another member of the imperial family hiding inside the palace. His name was Claudius. He had been overlooked for years. He was considered unlikely to rule, but the army made a decision that would permanently change Roman politics. The empire had discovered a new source of authority, not only the Senate, not only tradition, the soldiers themselves. A set of bronze military certificates carries the names of soldiers who served Rome but were never born as Roman citizens. The documents record a transformation. After decades of imperial expansion, Rome depended on people from across the empire to defend its borders. The certificates granted retired auxiliary soldiers citizenship after years of service. They carried the emperor's authority into distant provinces. A soldier from Thrace, a recruit from Gaul, a fighter from Syria, all could eventually become Roman citizens through military service. This was the world inherited by Claudius. When Caligula was murdered in AD 41, the Praetorian Guard discovered Claudius hiding inside the imperial palace. He was the brother of Germanicus and the uncle of Caligula, but he was not considered a likely ruler. Ancient sources describe him as physically weak and politically inexperienced. Modern historians examine the evidence differently. Claudius had spent decades studying. He had written works on history and language. He understood Roman traditions. His survival may not have been accidental. The soldiers supported him because they wanted stability. The Senate accepted him because there was no easy alternative. For the first time, the army openly influenced imperial succession. The principle had changed. The emperor no longer inherited power, only through family reputation. Military acceptance had become essential. Claudius responded by strengthening the administrative structure of the empire. The evidence appears in inscriptions, legal records, and building projects. New offices expanded the imperial bureaucracy. Freedmen, former slaves who gained freedom, became important administrators within the palace. They managed correspondence, financial records, provincial communication. This created resentment among senators who believed government authority was moving away from traditional Roman elites. But the empire had become too large for old methods. A governor in Britain needed instructions. A tax official in Egypt needed records. A military commander on the Rhine needed supplies. Administration became as important as conquest. Claudius also expanded Rome's territory. In AD 43, Roman armies invaded Britain. The conquest was not immediate. The island contained different communities, difficult terrain, and established resistance. The evidence appears across Britain. Roman forts, military roads, coins, imported pottery, burial sites. The invasion created a permanent Roman military presence. The province became connected to the wider imperial economy. Grain moved. Metal resources were extracted. Settlements developed around forts. The conquest also produced one of Rome's most famous structures. The later construction of roads and defensive systems across Britain reflected the same principle used throughout the empire. Control required infrastructure. The empire was built through stone. Claudius's reign also reveals the complexity of Roman citizenship. Rome was not simply replacing local cultures with Roman ones. Provincial communities adopted Roman architecture, clothing, language, and political practices while maintaining older traditions. The empire worked because it allowed different societies to participate at different levels, but the imperial household remained dangerous. Claudius's marriage to Agrippina the Younger connected him to another branch of the Julio-Claudian family. She promoted the advancement of her son Nero. The succession question returned. Every emperor faced the same problem. A system built around one ruler needed another ruler prepared to replace him. In AD 54, Claudius died. Ancient writers accused Agrippina of poisoning him. The evidence remains uncertain. What is certain is who inherited the empire: a teenager, the last descendant of Augustus's family line, a ruler whose first years appeared promising. His name was Nero. A layer of burned material beneath the streets of Rome preserves one of the most debated events of the imperial period: charred wood, collapsed walls, melted household objects, fragments of pottery damaged by intense heat. In July at 64, a fire swept through the city. Ancient sources describe flames spreading for days through crowded neighborhoods built from timber, brick, and narrow streets. The exact scale remains uncertain. The archaeological record shows destruction. The written record shows a political crisis. Together, they reveal a problem that would follow Rome for centuries. A city built for hundreds of thousands of people had become vulnerable to its own success. The emperor during the fire was Nero. He had come to power in AD 54 at 16 years old. The early years of his reign were managed partly by advisors, including his mother Agrippina, the philosopher Seneca, and the Praetorian commander Burrus. Coins from the early reign present a carefully controlled image. Nero appears alongside traditional symbols of Roman authority. The empire seemed stable. The young emperor was connected to Augustus through the Julio-Claudian family line. The succession appeared secure, but imperial power depended on relationships. Nero eventually removed the figures who had helped guide him. His mother was killed in AD 59 after their relationship deteriorated. Seneca lost influence. The emperor became increasingly independent. The evidence from this period is complicated because later Roman writers had strong reasons to portray Nero negatively. Tacitus, Suetonius, and Cassius Dio describe cruelty, extravagance, and obsession with performance. Some accusations may reflect political hostility toward an unpopular emperor, but physical evidence confirms certain aspects of his rule. Nero invested heavily in architecture. After the Great Fire, he constructed an enormous imperial residence known as the Domus Aurea, or Golden House. The surviving remains reveal vast rooms, painted walls, artificial landscapes, and elaborate decoration. The project demonstrated imperial wealth. It also created resentment. Many Romans believed resources were being used for personal luxury, while ordinary citizens struggled after the fire. The relationship between ruler and population weakened. The empire also faced military problems. In AD 66, rebellion began in Judea. The province had experienced growing tensions between Roman authorities and local communities. The conflict expanded into a major war. Roman legions were sent east. Eventually, commanders including Vespasian and his son Titus suppressed the rebellion. The destruction of Jerusalem in AD 70 became one of the defining events of the period. But the war created an unexpected consequence. The generals who commanded Rome's armies now possessed political power. Again, the pattern repeated. The emperor depended on military loyalty. Military commanders gained influence. Influence created competition. In AD 68, opposition against Nero spread. Governors and commanders withdrew their support. The Gallic governor Vindex rebelled. The governor of Hispania, Galba, was recognized by some as a replacement. Nero lost the support that protected him. He fled Rome and died by suicide. His death ended the Julio-Claudian dynasty. For nearly a century, Rome had been ruled by descendants and relatives of Augustus. Now there was no obvious successor. The empire entered a dangerous experiment. Several men would claim the position of emperor. Several armies would choose sides. The question was no longer whether a powerful general could challenge Rome. That question had already been answered. The new question was whether the empire could survive competing generals fighting for the throne. The year that followed would become known simply as the Year of the Four Emperors. A collection of Roman coins from AD 69 carries 4 different faces. Each face belonged to a man who claimed the highest position in the empire. The coins are small objects, but they reveal a major political transformation. The emperor was no longer chosen only through family connection. The army had become the deciding force. After Nero's death in AD 68, the empire entered a succession crisis. The Julio-Claudian line had ended. There was no direct heir. The political system Augustus created had survived for decades, but it still lacked a clear method for replacing rulers. The first successor was Servius Sulpicius Galba. He was governor of Hispania when his troops declared support for him. His rise showed a new pattern. A provincial commander with a loyal army could challenge the emperor. Galba entered Rome promising financial discipline and a return to traditional values. Coins from his reign emphasized themes of restoration. The message was clear: Rome would return to stability. But governing an empire required more than promises. Galba faced problems immediately. Soldiers expected rewards for supporting him. Political supporters wanted positions. The treasury needed rebuilding. His refusal to satisfy powerful groups weakened his position. In January AD 69, the Praetorian Guard supported another claimant, Marcus Salvius Otho. Galba was killed. Otho became emperor. His reign lasted only months. The next challenge came from the Rhine frontier. The army stationed in Germania supported their commander, Aulus Vitellius. This revealed the geographical reality of Roman power. The frontier armies were not just defending borders. They were political forces. The legions on the Rhine represented thousands of trained soldiers with their own commanders and traditions. Vitellius marched toward Italy. His forces defeated Otho's army at the Battle of Bedriacum. Otho died by suicide. Vitellius entered Rome. 3 emperors had existed within a single year. The crisis was not over. The eastern armies had their own commander, Titus Flavius Vespasianus. Vespasian was leading the Roman campaign against a Jewish revolt when his troops declared him emperor. His support came from Egypt, Syria, and the eastern provinces. Control of Egypt was especially important. The province supplied grain to Rome. A commander controlling Egypt could influence the city's food supply. The empire was divided between rival armies. The conflict moved toward Italy. Vespasian's forces defeated Vitellius. By the end of AD 69, Vespasian entered Rome. The civil war ended. The result was significant. For the first time, an emperor came from outside the traditional aristocratic families connected to Augustus. The empire had discovered a new principle. A successful general could create a dynasty. The Flavian dynasty began. Vespasian's first task was not conquest, it was recovery. The civil war had damaged political trust, the treasury had been weakened, the army needed reorganization. The evidence of his rebuilding appears in architecture. The construction of the Colosseum began under his reign. The massive amphitheater was built on land previously occupied by Nero's private palace complex. The message was political. A space once reserved for one emperor's private pleasure became a public building. Vespasian presented himself as a ruler restoring balance. But the events of AD 69 had permanently changed Rome. The empire had survived. Yet everyone understood the lesson. The throne did not belong only to the family of Augustus. It belonged to whoever could secure the support of Rome's armies. The next century would show what happened when emperors were chosen not by crisis, but through careful succession. A circular foundation of concrete and stone rises above the valley floor in Rome. Inside it, thousands of stone seats curve around an empty arena. The structure is the Flavian Amphitheater, later known as the Colosseum. Its construction began under Vespasian around AD 70. The building was not only an entertainment venue, it was a political statement carved into the landscape. The previous emperor, Nero, had built a private palace across a large section of central Rome after the Great Fire of AD 64. Artificial lakes, gardens, and decorated halls occupied land that many Romans believed belonged to the public. Vespasian changed the meaning of the space. The lake was drained, the foundations were rebuilt. A massive amphitheater was created for public gatherings. The message was deliberate. The new dynasty would return imperial resources to the people. Vespasian inherited an empire damaged by civil war. The year of 4 emperors had exposed the weakness of imperial succession. Generals had marched on Rome, cities had changed loyalty, the treasury had been depleted. The army needed discipline, the government needed stability. His response was practical. He restored finances, strengthened administration, maintained military control. The evidence appears in taxation records and building projects. Ancient sources describe Vespasian as careful with money. Whether every story is accurate is uncertain, but the financial problem was real. Civil wars were expensive. Armies needed payment. Infrastructure needed repair. A larger empire required larger resources. One important source of imperial income came from provinces. Egypt supplied grain, Spain provided metals, North Africa produced agricultural wealth. The empire functioned because distant regions were connected to Rome through taxation and trade. Vespasian also faced military challenges. The Jewish revolt continued until his son Titus captured Jerusalem in AD 70. The Arch of Titus in Rome later preserved images of the victory. One panel shows Roman soldiers carrying objects from the temple in Jerusalem, including the famous menorah. The monument was both historical record and political message. Rome had defeated a rebellion. The Flavian family had earned military legitimacy. After Vespasian died in AD 79, Titus became emperor. His reign was short but marked by 2 disasters. The first came from nature. In August AD 79, Mount Vesuvius erupted. The cities of Pompeii and Herculaneum were buried beneath volcanic material. The evidence preserved beneath the ash is unusually detailed. Wooden furniture, food remains, painted walls, tools, human remains. Unlike many ancient disasters, the event captured a moment frozen in time. The eruption revealed ordinary Roman life, a bakery with stone ovens, a wealthy home with painted rooms, small shops, public fountains. The disaster showed the complexity of Roman cities beyond imperial monuments. The second crisis came in Rome itself. A major fire damaged parts of the city. Titus responded with relief efforts. His short reign ended in AD 81. His brother Domitian succeeded him. Domitian continued the Flavian emphasis on strong central authority. He strengthened frontier defenses, expanded military campaigns, improved imperial administration. But his relationship with the Senate deteriorated. Ancient writers later portrayed him as a cruel dictator. The evidence is more complicated. His government was efficient. His building programs were extensive. His frontier policies were active, but his demand for loyalty from political elites created conflict. In AD 96, Domitian was assassinated. The Flavian dynasty ended, yet the crisis of AD 69 had produced an important lesson. Rome had survived an emperor chosen by military competition. Now it would enter a period where succession became more carefully managed. The next rulers would preside over the empire's greatest territorial expansion. The age of the so-called five good emperors was beginning. A small bronze coin carries a message of political repair. The face belongs to Marcus Cocceius Nerva. The inscription presents him as a restorer of freedom. The words were carefully chosen. After decades of imperial rule, Romans had learned that the relationship between emperor and political elite could determine the stability of the entire state. Domitian's assassination in AD 96 did not create a new civil war. That fact alone was significant. The empire had discovered a way to remove an emperor without armies fighting across Italy, but the solution was fragile. The Senate selected Nerva, an older senator with a long political career, as emperor. His selection represented a return to traditional authority. The choice also revealed a weakness. Nerva had legitimacy among senators. He lacked strong support from the military. The same institution that had created emperors during the crisis of AD 69 remained essential. An emperor without soldiers behind him was vulnerable. The evidence appears in the actions of the Praetorian Guard. In AD 97, members of the Guard forced Nerva to accept responsibility for punishing those involved in Domitian's death. The incident demonstrated that imperial authority still depended on military cooperation. Nerva needed a solution. He could not rely only on family inheritance. The previous dynasties had shown the danger of succession through birth. A capable successor needed something else: recognition, experience, military respect. The answer was adoption. Nerva adopted Marcus Ulpius Traianus, the commander of the armies on the Rhine frontier. Trajan was not chosen because he was Nerva's closest relative. He was chosen because he possessed qualities the empire required: a successful general, an experienced administrator, a respected figure among soldiers. The adoption changed imperial succession. The principle became: the best candidate should inherit power, not simply the closest family member. When Nerva died in AD 98, Trajan became emperor. The transition was peaceful. For the first time, Rome had demonstrated that an emperor could transfer power through planned selection rather than bloodline or military rebellion. The system would not always work perfectly, but for nearly a century, it produced unusually stable leadership. Trajan's early reign showed why the military mattered. He had spent years commanding frontier armies. The northern borders of the empire required constant attention. Along the Danube River, Roman forts, roads, and settlements marked the edge of imperial territory. Beyond the river lived communities Rome considered both threats and trading partners. Trajan expanded Roman control into this region. The conflict with the Dacians became one of his defining achievements. The evidence survives in a monument built in Rome. Trajan's column rises more than 30 meters above the surrounding structures. Its spiral reliefs depict soldiers building bridges, constructing camps, fighting battles, and transporting supplies. It is not a neutral record, it was imperial propaganda. But it reveals how Roman armies operated. War depended on engineering: bridges, roads, fortifications, supply systems. The army was not simply a force of destruction. It was a mobile construction organization that carried Roman infrastructure with it. Trajan's victories brought wealth. Dacia contained valuable gold and silver resources. The captured resources helped fund construction projects across the empire: markets, roads, public buildings, a new imperial complex in Rome. But expansion created a question Augustus had avoided. How far should Rome continue growing? Every new territory required soldiers, governors, taxes, defense. The empire had reached a level of power where conquest itself became a burden. The next emperor would approach the problem differently. Instead of expanding Rome's borders, he would decide where those borders should stop. His name was Hadrian. A line of stones stretches across the northern landscape of Britain. The blocks are fitted into a defensive wall, miles of masonry. fortified gates, watchtowers, military roads. This structure is known today as Hadrian's Wall. It represents a major change in Roman thinking. For centuries, Roman power had been measured through expansion, new territories, new provinces, new victories. Under Emperor Hadrian, the evidence suggests a different priority: control what already existed. Hadrian became emperor in AD 117 after the death of Trajan. He inherited an empire at its greatest territorial extent. Roman armies had reached Mesopotamia. The Danube frontier had expanded. The empire stretched from Britain to Egypt. But the same map that showed Roman success also revealed a problem. Every additional province created another responsibility. A frontier required soldiers. Soldiers required supplies. Supplies required roads. Roads required administration. Expansion created obligations that could eventually exceed the value of conquest. Hadrian spent much of his reign traveling through the provinces. The evidence appears in inscriptions, coins, and building remains across the empire. Unlike many emperors who ruled primarily from Rome, Hadrian personally inspected the territories under his control. He visited military camps, reviewed defenses, met provincial officials. The empire was too large to understand from the capital alone. Travel became part of governing. His approach to borders was practical. In Britain, the construction of the wall separated Roman territory from lands beyond imperial control. The wall was not simply a defensive barrier, it was a controlled boundary. Gates allowed movement. Trade continued. Soldiers monitored passage. The frontier was a filter rather than an absolute line. Similar strategies appeared elsewhere. Along the Rhine and Danube, Rome maintained forts, roads, and military settlements. In North Africa, defensive systems protected agricultural regions and trade routes. The empire was becoming a managed space. The evidence from Hadrian's reign also reveals cultural complexity. Roman identity was not limited to people born in Italy. Cities across the empire contained local populations adopting Roman customs alongside existing traditions. A merchant in Syria might use Roman coins. A soldier from Spain might serve in Britain. A citizen in North Africa might build a Roman-style villa. The empire created connections without making every region identical. Hadrian also changed Roman architecture. The Pantheon in Rome, rebuilt during his reign, demonstrates advanced engineering. The massive concrete dome created an interior space unlike anything previously constructed. The building's design depended on careful material choices. Heavy concrete formed the lower structure. Lighter materials reduced weight toward the top. The structure itself was a demonstration of Roman engineering knowledge. But Hadrian's reign was not peaceful everywhere. A major Jewish revolt occurred in Judea between AD 132 and 135. The conflict known as the Bar Kokhba Revolt was one of Rome's most serious provincial rebellions. The evidence includes coins minted by the rebels, underground hiding complexes, weapons, and destroyed settlements. Rome eventually suppressed the revolt. The consequences were severe. The province was reorganized. The city of Jerusalem was transformed. The rebellion showed that imperial control required more than roads and walls. It required political acceptance. Hadrian died in AD 138. He left behind an empire that was more carefully managed than expanded. The frontier system he strengthened would define Rome for generations. But stability depended on succession. Like Augustus before him, Hadrian needed a successor. The choice would begin a period remembered as one of Rome's most prosperous eras. The empire had stopped growing outward. Now it would attempt to perfect what it already controlled. A series of boundary stones from across the Roman provinces reveals an empire at rest. They mark land, road distances, property limits, military zones. Unlike battlefield monuments, these objects contain no stories of conquest. Their importance comes from something less dramatic. They show a system functioning. When Antoninus Pius became emperor in AD 138, he inherited an empire that had reached a balance between expansion and control. The borders established under Hadrian remained. The armies continued guarding the frontiers. The administrative network continued collecting taxes and managing cities. The emperor's challenge was no longer creating new territory. It was maintaining what already existed. Antoninus had not gained power through military victories. He was a senator and administrator chosen by Hadrian through adoption. His selection continued the principle introduced by Nerva and Trajan. Ability mattered more than direct family inheritance. The transition was peaceful. The empire avoided another succession crisis. This stability appears throughout the archaeological record. Cities continued expanding, public buildings were repaired, roads were maintained, trade networks remained active. The absence of major wars became part of the evidence. Peace itself left traces. A merchant ship discovered beneath Mediterranean waters preserves amphorae that once carried olive oil, wine, and grain. These containers connected distant regions: olive oil from Hispania, wine from Gaul, grain from Egypt and North Africa. The empire functioned because thousands of small exchanges moved goods across thousands of kilometers. The Roman economy was not controlled by a modern-style central system. It depended on roads, ports, local markets, taxation, and military security. The emperor's role was maintaining the environment where these systems could operate. Antoninus's reign is often described through the phrase Pax Romana, the Roman peace. But the evidence reveals something more complicated. Peace did not mean the absence of violence. Rome still maintained hundreds of thousands of soldiers. Frontier communities still experienced military pressure. Provincial rebellions still occurred. The empire was peaceful because Rome possessed overwhelming organized force. The army was visible even during quiet periods. Military diplomas from this era show auxiliary soldiers receiving citizenship after service. These documents reveal how the empire expanded Roman identity. A person born outside Italy could enter the Roman military, serve for decades, and eventually become a citizen. Citizenship became connected to participation in imperial institutions. The empire was slowly changing the meaning of being Roman. Antoninus also continued major construction. In Britain, a new defensive wall was built farther north than Hadrian's wall. The Antonine Wall extended across Scotland and represented another attempt to manage the frontier. Unlike Hadrian's Wall, it was occupied for only a limited period before Roman forces withdrew south. The decision revealed a practical reality: borders were not fixed forever. They were adjusted according to military needs. The emperor died in AD 161. His reign had been remarkably stable. No major civil war, no succession conflict, no dramatic expansion, but stability created its own danger. The next emperor inherited a peaceful empire. He would face pressures that Antoninus never experienced. Armies would be needed again. Disease would spread across continents. Frontiers would begin to strain. The man who followed Antoninus was not only a ruler, he was also a philosopher. His writings would survive for nearly 2,000 years. But his reign would test whether the Roman system could survive a world becoming more difficult to control. His name was Marcus Aurelius. A small leather-bound collection of personal reflections survives from a Roman emperor who spent much of his life near military camps. The pages contain no battle plans, no official decrees, no records of conquest. Instead, they contain private thoughts written during campaigns along the empire's northern frontier. The author was Marcus Aurelius. His reign began in AD 161 during a period when Rome appeared powerful but was facing pressures that had been building beyond its borders. Marcus inherited an empire that had enjoyed decades of stability. The roads were maintained, the cities were wealthy, the provinces were integrated, but the same size that made Rome powerful also made it vulnerable. A frontier stretching thousands of kilometers required constant defense. The evidence appears along the edges of the empire: fortifications, military camps, weapons, burial stones. These objects show where Roman soldiers lived and died protecting imperial territory. The first major crisis came from the east. The Parthian Empire, Rome's long-standing rival, challenged Roman influence in Armenia. Roman armies were sent east under commanders including Lucius Verus, Marcus Aurelius's adopted brother and co-emperor. The campaign ended successfully, but the returning soldiers carried something unexpected: a disease. The epidemic that followed became known as the Antonine Plague. The exact disease remains debated. Ancient descriptions mention fever, skin symptoms, and widespread deaths. The archaeological evidence suggests serious demographic disruption. Military units lost soldiers. Cities experienced population decline. The empire's economic systems were affected. A disease could do what enemy armies struggled to achieve. It crossed borders without needing roads, ships, or weapons. The crisis moved quickly because the empire itself was highly connected. The same roads that carried grain, soldiers, and information also allowed disease to travel. Then pressure increased along the northern frontier. Groups later known collectively as Germanic peoples began moving against Roman territories. The Marcomanni and other communities crossed the Danube frontier. The resulting wars occupied much of Marcus Aurelius's reign. The evidence survives in military camps and inscriptions. The emperor spent years away from Rome. Unlike Augustus, who created the imperial system through political design, Marcus experienced the reality of ruling a vast military state. The emperor was increasingly a commander. The frontier became the center of government. A famous monument in Rome, the Column of Marcus Aurelius, records scenes from these wars. Like Trajan's column, it presents an official version of events. Soldiers appear disciplined, the emperor appears victorious, enemies appear defeated. But beneath the imagery lies a more difficult reality. Rome was no longer expanding easily, it was defending. This did not mean collapse. The empire remained wealthy, its armies remained effective, its cities remained active. But the balance had changed. The costs of maintaining the empire were increasing. More soldiers were needed. More resources were required. More attention had to be given to borders. Marcus Aurelius died in AD 180. His death created another turning point. For nearly a century, emperors had usually been selected through adoption and political calculation. Marcus chose his biological son as successor. The son's name was Commodus. The decision would return Rome to a problem it had repeatedly tried to avoid. What happens when imperial power passes through family rather than ability? The next emperor would reveal the dangers of a throne inherited by birth. A marble statue shows a young man dressed not as a soldier, but as a mythical hero. The body is idealized. The pose is theatrical. The symbols connect the emperor to Hercules, the legendary figure associated with strength and victory. The image belonged to Commodus. It reveals a shift in how an emperor wanted to be seen. His father, Marcus Aurelius, had spent years near military camps facing external threats. Commodus presented himself through spectacle. The difference reflected a deeper political change. When Commodus became emperor in AD 180, he inherited an empire that was still powerful, but increasingly expensive to maintain. He was 19 years old. Unlike the emperors of the previous century, he had not been selected because of administrative experience or military reputation. He inherited the position by birth. The decision marked the end of the period where adoption had usually provided experienced successors. The evidence from Commodus's reign comes from coins, inscriptions, sculptures, and later historical accounts. Ancient writers portray him as one of Rome's worst rulers. They describe corruption, violence, and obsession with public performances. The physical record confirms some changes in imperial presentation. Coins increasingly emphasized personal imagery. Statues connected the emperor with divine and heroic symbols. The emperor's identity became central to political communication. But the empire itself continued functioning. This distinction is important. A disliked emperor did not automatically destroy Roman institutions. Governors still managed provinces, taxes continued, armies still guarded borders. The administrative machine Augustus created was stronger than any individual ruler. Commodus's greatest challenge came from the relationship between emperor and military. The Roman army expected rewards. Soldiers wanted pay increases, honors, and security. The emperor depended on their loyalty. This relationship had existed since the late Republic. Now it became more visible. The Praetorian Guard in Rome gained influence. Palace officials became powerful. Political decisions increasingly happened within the imperial household rather than through open competition among senators. One of the most famous aspects of Commodus's reign was his participation in gladiatorial performances. Ancient writers describe the emperor appearing in the arena and presenting himself as a victorious fighter. For Roman elites, this behavior was controversial. The emperor occupied a unique social position. He represented the state. The arena represented controlled combat between professional fighters and condemned individuals. A ruler entering that world challenged traditional ideas about status. Whether every detail recorded by later writers is accurate remains uncertain, but the political message is clear. Commodus wanted to connect imperial power with personal strength. The approach created tension. In Ad 192, a conspiracy involving members of the imperial household resulted in Commodus' assassination. The empire had survived, but the succession problem had returned. A ruler had been removed without a planned replacement. The next emperor would come from outside the previous dynasty. His reign would last only months. Then another would replace him. The pattern that began in Ad 69 would return. Armies would choose emperors, generals would compete, the throne would become a prize controlled by military loyalty. The 2nd century had ended with Rome still wealthy and powerful, but the system that created stability depended on careful succession. Without it, the empire entered a new phase. The question was no longer how Rome expanded. It was whether Rome could maintain control over itself. A bronze coin from Ad 193 carries the image of a new emperor. The face belongs to Publius Helvius Pertinax. The coin was produced because Rome needed to show continuity after the assassination of Commodus. But the object reveals something else. The empire had entered a period where the most important question was no longer who inherited the throne. It was who controlled the soldiers. The death of Commodus created a power vacuum. For nearly a century, Rome had avoided large succession wars. The empire had moved from Augustus to Tiberius, from the Julio-Claudians to the Flavians, from Nerva to the adoptive emperors. But Commodus' assassination removed the final connection to the previous imperial line. The Senate selected Pertinax. He was experienced. He had served as a governor. He had military background. He represented a return to responsible government. But he faced the same problem that had existed since the civil wars of the 1st century. The Praetorian Guard expected rewards. The soldiers who protected the emperor believed they had a role in choosing him. Pertinax attempted financial reforms. He tried restoring discipline. He reduced imperial spending. The changes threatened groups that benefited from the previous system. After only a few months, members of the Praetorian Guard entered the palace and killed him. The event shocked Rome, but the next development revealed an even deeper transformation. The Praetorian Guard auctioned the empire. Ancient sources describe senators and wealthy individuals competing for the position of emperor by offering payments to the soldiers. The winner was Marcus Didius Julianus. He purchased the throne. The story became a symbol of imperial decline, but the evidence shows something more practical. Political authority had become directly connected to military support. The empire needed a stronger solution. Several commanders refused to recognize Julianus. Among them was Lucius Septimius Severus, governor of Pannonia. His army supported him. Other armies supported rival claimants. Another civil war began. Severus moved quickly toward Rome. Julianus was killed. Severus became emperor. His rise marked the beginning of the Severan dynasty. The evidence from his reign appears in military reforms and official inscriptions. Severus understood the lesson of the previous decades. The army created emperors. Therefore, the army had to be rewarded. Soldiers received increased pay. Military service became even more central to imperial politics. The emperor's connection with the legions became the foundation of authority. This strengthened the throne in the short term. It also created a long-term problem. A larger, more expensive military required more resources. More resources required more taxation. More taxation placed pressure on provincial economies. The empire became increasingly dependent on the institution that could also threaten it. Severus also expanded Rome's military activity. He campaigned in the east against the Parthians. The conquest of the Parthian capital Ctesiphon brought prestige and captured resources. But every victory created new responsibilities. Territory required occupation. Occupation required soldiers. Soldiers required money. The cycle continued. Severus died in Ad 211 while campaigning in Britain. According to tradition, his final advice to his sons was simple: be harmonious, enrich the soldiers, and ignore everyone else. Whether the exact words are accurate is uncertain, but the statement captures the political reality of the period. The emperor who controlled the army controlled Rome. His sons Caracalla and Geta inherited the empire. Their rivalry would reveal the danger of a throne shared by two heirs. The empire had survived another succession crisis, but the foundations were becoming more dependent on military power than ever before. A small papyrus document from Roman Egypt preserves a name, a date, and a legal transaction. The writing appears ordinary: a contract, a tax record, a private agreement. But documents like these reveal one of the largest political changes in Roman history. In AD 212, Emperor Caracalla issued a decree that transformed the meaning of being Roman. The decree is known as the Constitutio Antoniniana. Its surviving evidence is incomplete, but ancient sources and later legal references confirm its importance. The document extended Roman citizenship to most free inhabitants of the empire. For centuries, citizenship had been limited. A citizen had specific legal rights: the ability to participate in Roman law, protection under imperial institutions, a recognized status above many provincial populations. Over time, citizenship expanded. Italian communities gained it. Veterans received it. Provincial elites received it. Caracalla's decree accelerated a process that had been occurring for generations. The empire was changing from a state ruled by Romans into a world where many people could become Roman. The decision had practical consequences. Citizenship simplified legal administration. A governor in Syria, Africa, or Spain could now apply a more unified legal framework to a larger population. But it also had financial motives. Roman citizens were subject to certain taxes. Increasing the number of citizens increased imperial revenue. The empire required money. The army required payment. Frontiers required defense. The political system created under Augustus had become increasingly expensive. Caracalla understood the importance of military loyalty. His father, Septimius Severus, had built his power through the army. Caracalla continued this approach. Soldiers received increased wages. Military campaigns became central to his reign. The emperor's relationship with the legions remained the foundation of authority, but the imperial family itself was unstable. Caracalla ruled alongside his younger brother Geta after their father's death. The arrangement was supposed to divide power. Instead, it created conflict. The evidence comes from damaged inscriptions and altered monuments. The practice known as damnatio memoriae involved removing the memory of condemned individuals from public records. After Geta was killed, his name was erased from inscriptions. His images were destroyed. Stone itself became evidence of political violence. The empire did not only record history, it sometimes attempted to rewrite it. Caracalla's reign was marked by movement. He traveled with armies, he visited provinces, he prepared campaigns. In the east, he attempted to expand Roman influence against the Parthians. The effort ended without lasting success. In AD 217, Caracalla was assassinated while traveling near Carrhae. The killer was connected to the military. Again, the pattern repeated. The army could create emperors. The army could remove them. Caracalla's death did not end the problems facing Rome. The empire remained wealthy. Its cities remained active. Its trade networks continued, but the political balance had shifted. The emperor was increasingly a military commander whose authority depended on soldiers. The Senate had become less important. Traditional aristocratic competition mattered less. Military success mattered more. The next rulers would come from this environment. They would face a growing number of enemies. They would struggle with money shortages. They would fight each other as often as they fought foreign powers. The 3rd century would become Rome's greatest internal test. The empire had survived wars, plagues, and political assassinations, but now the pressure would come from every direction at once. A collection of worn bronze coins from the early 3rd century shows a pattern of rapid change. Different faces, different names, different claims to power. Some rulers appear on coins for only a short period before being replaced. The objects reveal a political system losing continuity. After Caracalla's assassination in AD 217, Rome entered a period where emperors often gained power through military support rather than long-term legitimacy. The empire itself remained enormous. Its roads still connected provinces. Its cities still produced goods. Its armies still defended thousands of kilometers of frontier, but the political mechanism controlling the system had become unstable. The first successor was Macrinus. He was unusual. Unlike previous emperors, he was not a senator and had not commanded a major army before becoming ruler. He had served as an administrator and as commander of the Praetorian Guard. His rise showed that traditional pathways to power were weakening, but military expectations remained. Macrinus attempted to reduce military expenses. The decision created opposition among soldiers who had benefited from previous increases. In AD 218, armies in Syria supported another claimant, a teenager named Elagabalus. His rise was connected to the influence of his family and the loyalty of Eastern legions. The pattern was becoming familiar. An emperor's survival depended less on Rome's political institutions and more on provincial armies. Elagabalus's reign became controversial because of religious and cultural changes introduced from his homeland. Ancient writers describe conflicts between traditional Roman practices and the emperor's religious policies. The evidence includes inscriptions and coins showing the importance of the Syrian sun god associated with his rule. The reaction among Roman elites was severe. In AD 222, Elagabalus was assassinated. The Praetorian Guard again played a central role. His cousin Alexander Severus became emperor. His reign began with hopes of stability. He was young and his government relied heavily on advisors. The empire still functioned. Legal administration continued. Construction continued. Provincial government continued. But external threats were increasing. The greatest change came from the east. The Parthian Empire, Rome's long-standing rival, had been replaced by a new Persian power. The Sasanian Empire emerged in the early 3rd century. Unlike previous Eastern kingdoms, the Sasanians claimed to restore the traditions of ancient Persia and created a powerful centralized state. The relationship between Rome and Persia would become one of the defining conflicts of the next centuries. The eastern frontier required more soldiers, more resources, more attention. At the same time, pressure was increasing along the northern borders. Communities beyond the Rhine and Danube continued interacting with Rome through trade, diplomacy, and conflict. The frontier was not a simple wall between civilizations. It was a moving zone. Merchants crossed it, soldiers guarded it, settlements developed near it, but instability in the center weakened Rome's ability to respond. Alexander Severus eventually faced a major military crisis against the Germanic peoples. His attempt to negotiate rather than fight angered soldiers who wanted decisive action. In AD 235, troops killed him and his mother. A new commander became emperor. His name was Maximinus Thrax. He was a soldier, not a senator. His rise marked a new phase. For the next 50 years, Rome would experience a succession of military emperors. Civil wars, economic pressure, foreign invasions. The empire would not collapse immediately. But the system created by Augustus was entering its most dangerous period. The question was no longer whether Rome could conquer. The question was whether Rome could continue holding itself together. A worn military inscription carved into stone records the name of an emperor who came from outside the traditional Roman elite. The letters identify Gaius Julius Verus Maximinus. He is remembered as Maximinus Thrax. The inscription represents a political transformation. For centuries, emperors had usually come from aristocratic families connected to the Senate or imperial household. Now a frontier soldier had taken the throne. The change did not happen suddenly. It was the result of decades of pressure. The empire needed commanders who could lead armies. Those commanders gained influence. The soldiers who followed them gained the ability to decide who ruled. Maximinus had risen through the military ranks. Ancient sources describe him as a physically imposing figure who began his career as a common soldier. The details may have been exaggerated by hostile writers, but the broader evidence is clear. His authority came from the army, not from family, not from political tradition, not from the Senate. His reign began in AD 235. The first challenge was the northern frontier. Rome's borders along the Rhine and Danube required constant military attention. Beyond the rivers, communities interacted with the empire through trade and conflict. Roman coins traveled beyond the frontier. Imported pottery appeared in settlements outside Roman control. Diplomatic relationships connected different populations, but pressure increased. Maximinus launched campaigns against groups along the northern border. Military success helped maintain his position. A victorious emperor could reward soldiers. A weak emperor could be replaced. The system created a dangerous cycle. War created powerful generals. Powerful generals created more political competition. Political competition created more civil conflict. The empire needed more troops. More troops required more money. More money required heavier taxation. The pressure moved through the entire system. Evidence of financial strain appears in changes to Roman coinage. Silver content gradually declined. The reduction was not caused by one decision. It reflected a government attempting to maintain spending while resources became more limited. The empire still produced enormous wealth, but maintaining thousands of kilometers of frontier was expensive. Maximinus never visited Rome during his reign. This was unusual. The emperor remained with his army. The traditional capital became less central. The frontier camps became places where imperial decisions were made. In AD 238, opposition developed in North Africa. Landowners and local elites rebelled against imperial officials. They supported a new emperor. The Senate recognized the rebellion. The crisis expanded quickly. Several emperors appeared within 1 year. The period became known as the Year of the Six Emperors. Maximinus marched toward Italy to suppress the rebellion, but his own soldiers abandoned him. He was killed. The events demonstrated the weakness of military-based rule. The same army that created an emperor could remove him when conditions changed. After Maximinus's death, several short-lived rulers followed. The empire entered a period where emperors often measured their reigns in months rather than decades. The problem was not that Rome lacked capable people. The empire still had experienced commanders. The problem was the political system had no reliable way to transfer power. Every ambitious general became a potential emperor. Every army became a potential political force. The crisis would soon spread beyond succession. External enemies were increasing. The economy was under pressure. Entire regions would eventually break away. By the middle of the 3rd century, Rome would face a situation unlike anything in its previous history. The empire would split, not metaphorically. Physically, separate rulers would control separate territories. For a time, Rome would stop being one empire. A collection of coins from the 3rd century carries different emperors' faces from different parts of the Roman world. Some were minted in Gaul, some in the east, some in the central territories of Rome. The objects reveal a political reality that written titles tried to hide. The Roman Empire was no longer always controlled by one ruler. By the middle of the 3rd century, multiple emperors claimed legitimacy. The crisis that began with military succession became a wider breakdown of imperial unity. After the assassination of Maximinus Thrax in AD 238, Rome experienced a rapid series of rulers. Gordian III became emperor as a young man. His government relied heavily on advisors and military commanders. The empire still operated. Taxes were collected, cities functioned, armies moved, but the pressure continued. The eastern frontier became increasingly dangerous. The Sasanian Persian Empire was stronger than the Parthian kingdom it replaced. Its rulers claimed authority over territories that had once belonged to Persian kings. Rome and Persia became locked in a struggle that would last for centuries. In AD 260, Emperor Valerian personally led a campaign against the Sasanians. The result was one of Rome's greatest military disasters. Valerian was captured by the Persian king Shapur I. The event was recorded in Persian rock reliefs near Natchi Rostam. The image shows the Persian ruler standing while a Roman emperor kneels before him. The monument was created to display Persian victory, but it also provides evidence of how serious Rome's crisis had become. A Roman emperor had been taken alive by a foreign power. The empire's enemies recognized its weakness. At the same time, problems appeared in the West. A commander named Postumus established control over Gaul, Britain, and parts of Spain. He created what historians call the Gallic Empire. It had its own emperors, its own coins, its own administration. It was not simply a rebellion by a local leader, it was a functioning alternative Roman state. The evidence comes from thousands of coins showing independent imperial authority. For several years, the empire existed as multiple Roman worlds. In the east, another powerful figure emerged. Queen Zenobia of Palmyra expanded her influence across Syria and Egypt. Palmyra had become wealthy through trade routes connecting Rome, Persia, and Arabia. Its location gave it economic importance. Zenobia's government controlled major eastern territories and challenged Roman authority. The crisis was no longer only about emperors fighting each other. Regional powers were emerging because local leaders believed they could protect their territories better than distant rulers. The empire was fragmenting under pressure. The causes were connected. Military threats required more soldiers required more money required taxation. Taxation placed pressure on communities. Economic difficulties weakened governments. Weak governments encouraged more rebellions. The cycle continued. Yet the evidence also shows something important. Rome did not disappear. Cities remained occupied. Trade continued. Armies still operated. Officials still governed. The empire was damaged, but its foundations remained strong. The solution would come from an emperor who understood that Rome needed more than military victories. It needed reconstruction. In AD 270, a commander named Lucius Domitius Aurelianus became emperor. He inherited an empire divided into pieces. His task was simple to describe, extremely difficult to accomplish. Put Rome back together. A massive stone wall surrounds the city of Rome. The blocks are thick, the towers are frequent, the gates are designed for controlled movement. The structure is known as the Aurelian Walls. Its construction reveals a fact that earlier generations of Romans would have found difficult to imagine. The capital of the empire needed stronger defenses. For centuries, Rome had relied on distance. Enemies were defeated far from Italy. The frontier protected the heart of the empire. By the 3rd century, that assumption had changed. The emperor responsible for responding was Lucius Domitius Aurelianus. He became emperor in AD 270 during one of Rome's most dangerous periods. The empire was divided. Persian armies threatened the east. The Gallic Empire controlled western territories. Palmyrene forces dominated much of the eastern provinces. Several emperors had failed before him. Aurelian was different. His authority came from military experience. His solution was direct: restore control. The first challenge came from the north. Germanic groups crossed into Roman territory. Aurelian defeated them and secured the Danube frontier. The victories gave him the military reputation necessary for larger campaigns. The empire could not be reunited through diplomacy alone. Each breakaway region had developed its own administration, its own currency, its own rulers. Aurelian had to defeat Roman armies commanded by other Romans. The first target was the Palmyrene kingdom. Palmyra had grown wealthy through trade. Caravans moved goods between the Mediterranean and Eastern markets. The city's wealth allowed Queen Zenobia to build a powerful regional state. She controlled Egypt and much of the Eastern Empire. Coins issued under her authority demonstrate her claim to imperial power. Aurelian marched east. The conflict ended with Palmyra's defeat. Zenobia was captured. The eastern provinces returned to Roman control, but the western territories remained separated. The Gallic Empire had existed for years. Its rulers maintained armies and issued coins. Reintegrating it required another campaign. Aurelian moved west. After defeating the Gallic ruler Tetricus, the empire was reunited. The event was celebrated on coins and monuments. Aurelian received the title Restitutor Orbis, Restorer of the World. The title was political language. The evidence shows a more practical achievement. A single imperial government had returned after years of division, but Aurelian understood that military victory alone was insufficient. Rome needed stronger defenses. The construction of the Aurelian walls transformed the city. Previously, Rome's enormous size had made walls unnecessary, Now the city itself became a military objective. The walls were built quickly using existing structures, including parts of buildings and monuments. The empire was adapting to a new reality. Defense mattered more than expansion. Aurelian also attempted monetary reforms. The empire's coinage had declined in quality during the 3rd century crisis. Restoring trust in currency was essential. Trade depended on confidence, taxes depended on accepted money, the state depended on revenue. His reforms were incomplete, the problems were too large for one emperor. In AD 275, Aurelian was assassinated by members of his own administration. His death revealed that the empire's greatest danger was still internal. The emperor who reunited Rome could be removed by the same political instability he was trying to solve, yet his achievement mattered. He proved that the empire could recover. The crisis was not over. More reforms would be needed. The next emperor to attempt them would not simply restore Rome, he would redesign how the empire itself was governed. His name was Diocletian. A large stone inscription records the names of 4 rulers sharing imperial authority. The names appear together. The message is deliberate. Rome no longer depended on one emperor controlling the entire empire alone. The system was created by Diocletian. When he became emperor in AD 284, he inherited an empire exhausted by decades of civil war. The 3rd century crisis had revealed a fundamental problem. The empire was too large for one person to respond quickly to every threat. An emperor near the Rhine could not immediately deal with a Persian invasion in the east. A ruler in Syria could not instantly manage rebellions in Gaul. Distance had become a political weakness. Diocletian's solution was structural. He divided imperial responsibility. The system became known as the Tetrarchy. 4 emperors, 2 senior rulers called Augusti, 2 junior rulers called Caesars. Each controlled different regions. The goal was not to divide Rome permanently. It was to make government faster and succession more predictable. The evidence appears in coins, inscriptions, and official monuments. The images are different from earlier imperial portraits. The rulers are shown together. Similar clothing, similar poses, similar symbols. The message was cooperation rather than personal competition. The emperor was no longer presented as a single heroic figure. The imperial office itself became more important. Diocletian also transformed the relationship between emperor and subjects. Earlier emperors often maintained the image of the princeps, the first citizen. Diocletian adopted a more formal style. Court ceremonies became more elaborate. The emperor was physically separated from ordinary officials. The distance communicated authority. The ruler was no longer simply the leading Roman. He was the head of a vast imperial system. Administrative reforms accompanied political changes. The empire was divided into smaller provinces. More governors were created. Regional administration became more detailed. The goal was control. A smaller province was easier to supervise. A local official had less independent power. The reforms increased government presence throughout the empire. But more officials required more money. More administration required more taxation. The state expanded because survival demanded it. Diocletian also attempted to stabilize the economy. The empire had experienced inflation and declining trust in currency. He introduced a new gold coin and attempted price controls through the edict on maximum prices. The document survives in fragments across the empire. It listed maximum costs for goods and services. The goal was controlling rising prices. The results were limited. Markets are difficult to control through imperial commands alone, but the attempt reveals the scale of the problem. The government understood that economic instability threatened political stability. Religious policy also changed dramatically under Diocletian. In the early 4th century, he launched the most extensive persecution of Christians in the Roman Empire. Edicts ordered the destruction of churches, confiscation of texts, punishment of Christian officials. The evidence includes inscriptions and archaeological remains. The persecution varied across regions. Some governors enforced the orders more aggressively than others. The policy eventually failed. Christian communities survived. The empire would soon move in the opposite direction. Diocletian ruled for more than 20 years. Then, in AD 305, he did something unprecedented. He retired. A Roman emperor voluntarily left power. He withdrew to a palace near the Adriatic coast and lived privately. His system was designed to prevent civil war, but after his retirement, the old problem returned: ambitious rulers, competing armies, conflicting claims. The tetrarchy would not survive easily. The empire Diocletian rebuilt would soon be transformed by another figure, a young commander from the western provinces, a man who would change Rome's relationship with religion, politics, and the future. His name was Constantine. A fragment of a stone monument carries a symbol that would eventually become one of the most recognizable marks in Roman history. The letters are damaged. The context is incomplete. But the object belongs to a period when Rome's political and religious identity was changing. The man connected with this transformation was Constantine. Before he became the sole ruler of the Roman Empire, he was one of several commanders competing for power. The system created by Diocletian had failed to solve the old problem. Multiple emperors existed, multiple armies existed. Multiple claims to legitimacy existed. After Diocletian retired in AD 305, the tetrarchy collapsed into rivalry. The empire entered another civil war. Constantine was the son of Constantius Chlorus, one of Diocletian's original Caesars. His military background placed him inside the imperial system, but inheritance alone was not enough. He needed soldiers, victories, political alliances. In AD 312, Constantine marched into Italy against his rival Maxentius. The conflict would be decided outside Rome at the Milvian Bridge. Ancient sources connect the battle with a religious vision experienced by Constantine before the fighting. The accounts were written after his victory and cannot be independently confirmed. What can be confirmed is the political consequence. Constantine won. He became the dominant ruler in the Western Empire. The victory changed the relationship between the Roman state and Christianity. In AD 313, Constantine and his eastern counterpart Licinius issued an agreement known as the Edict of Milan. The surviving evidence shows a policy of religious toleration. Christians could worship legally, confiscated property could be returned. The empire was no longer officially persecuting Christianity. This was a dramatic shift. For centuries, Roman authorities had viewed some Christian communities with suspicion because they refused participation in traditional religious practices connected to the state. Now imperial authority protected them. But Constantine's relationship with Christianity was not only religious, it was political. A unified religious framework could support imperial unity. The emperor became involved in disputes within the church. The most famous example was the Council of Nicaea in AD 325. The meeting brought together bishops from across the empire to address theological disagreements. The emperor did not act as a religious official, he acted as a ruler attempting to maintain order. The event demonstrated how closely imperial administration and Christianity were becoming connected. Constantine also transformed the physical geography of the empire. In AD 330, he dedicated a new capital city on the site of ancient Byzantium. The city became Constantinople. Its location was strategic. It controlled important trade routes between Europe and Asia. It was easier to defend than Rome. It was closer to the eastern frontier where many military challenges existed. The new capital contained imperial palaces, churches, government buildings, defensive walls. The empire now had two major centers. Rome remained symbolically important. Constantinople became increasingly important politically. Constantine's reign did not end Rome's problems. The empire still faced external threats. Succession remained uncertain. Religious disagreements continued. But his decisions created a new direction. The empire that emerged after Constantine was not the same empire Augustus created. The emperor was now connected with Christianity. The center of power was moving east. The old Roman world was becoming something different. The next generations would reveal whether these changes strengthened the empire, or whether they marked the beginning of a permanent division. A massive stone wall rises above the shoreline of the Bosporus. Its foundations protect a city built between two continents. The location connects the Black Sea with the Mediterranean. Trade ships pass through narrow waters. Armies can move between Europe and Asia. The city is Constantinople. Its creation reveals one of the most important decisions in late Roman history. Rome was no longer centered only on Italy. The empire had become a Mediterranean and Near Eastern power. Constantine did not abandon Rome completely. The old capital remained filled with monuments, traditions, and political symbolism, but the practical needs of government had changed. The eastern provinces contained wealthy cities, Egypt supplied grain, Syria connected Rome to eastern trade routes, the Danube and Persian frontiers demanded constant military attention. A ruler positioned closer to these regions could respond faster. Constantinople was built as an imperial city. The evidence survives in foundations, columns, churches, and defensive structures. Public buildings followed Roman models: forums, baths, palaces, a ceremonial center. The city was designed to look and function like Rome. It was not a replacement in name. It was a continuation in another location. The transformation also affected the empire's economy. The eastern provinces had long been among Rome's wealthiest regions. Egypt produced agricultural surplus. Cities such as Antioch and Alexandria connected trade networks across the Mediterranean. The movement of imperial resources followed political priorities: money, officials, soldiers, construction projects. The center of gravity moved eastward. Constantine also changed the relationship between the emperor and religion. Before his reign, Roman emperors traditionally supported many religious traditions. Temples existed throughout the empire. Public rituals connected communities with the state. Christianity had existed as a minority religion with growing communities. After Constantine, Christian institutions gained imperial support. Churches received funding, bishops gained influence, Christian symbols appeared in imperial spaces. The change was gradual. The empire did not instantly become entirely Christian. Many traditional religious practices continued for generations. The archaeological record shows coexistence. Pagan temples remained active, Christian churches expanded, different communities adapted at different speeds. The important change was the position of the emperor. Religion became increasingly connected to imperial policy, but Constantine's reforms did not eliminate political problems. After his death in AD 337, his sons divided control of the empire. The same issue returned. How should power pass from one ruler to another? The empire had survived Augustus. It had survived military emperors. It had survived Diocletian's reforms. But succession remained unresolved. The 4th century would become a period of repeated adjustment. The empire was changing. Its armies changed. Its religion changed. Its capitals changed. Even the meaning of being Roman changed. A person in Britain, Egypt, or Syria could all identify with Rome, but their experiences were different. The empire was no longer a city controlling provinces. It was a network of regions connected by law, military service, taxation, and culture. Constantine died in AD 337. His legacy was difficult to measure. He had reunited the empire after civil war. He had established a new capital. He had transformed imperial religious policy. But he had also created a future where Eastern and Western governments would become increasingly separate. The empire remained one, for now. The division that would eventually define Roman history was approaching. The next emperors would face a new challenge. Not conquering new lands, not defeating rival emperors, but defending an empire whose borders were under increasing pressure from peoples moving beyond them. A line of wooden stakes, earthworks, and abandoned military equipment marks the edge of a Roman frontier. The objects are not from a battlefield where Rome conquered new territory. They come from a period when the empire was trying to hold what it already controlled. By the 4th century, Rome had changed. The empire still possessed enormous cities, still collected taxes, still maintained professional armies, but the world around it was becoming more unstable. The pressure was most visible along the northern frontier. For centuries, Rome had interacted with communities beyond the Rhine and Danube rivers. The relationship was complex. There was trade, diplomacy, military conflict. Some people crossed into Roman territory as merchants, others entered as soldiers. Some groups settled inside the empire under agreements with Roman authorities. The word barbarian appears frequently in Roman sources, but the evidence shows these communities were not a single unified enemy. They had different leaders, different languages, different political structures. The empire's borders were zones of interaction. One major change came from outside forces pushing populations westward. The arrival of the Huns from the Eurasian steppe disrupted existing power relationships. Horse-mounted groups moved into regions occupied by other peoples. Groups such as the Goths were pushed toward Roman territory. The Roman response revealed both strength and weakness. In AD 376, large numbers of Goths crossed the Danube seeking refuge inside the empire. They were accepted by Roman authorities. The arrangement depended on cooperation. The Goths expected food and land. Rome expected control. The system failed. Corruption and shortages created conflict. 2 years later, the crisis reached a turning point. At the Battle of Adrianople in AD 378, the Roman army suffered a devastating defeat. Emperor Valens was killed. Thousands of Roman soldiers died. The evidence from the battle site is limited compared with famous conflicts of earlier periods, but the historical consequences are clear. A Roman emperor had been killed by an army composed largely of people who had recently entered imperial territory. The defeat damaged the traditional image of Roman military superiority, but it did not destroy the empire. The Eastern Empire recovered. A new emperor, Theodosius I, negotiated settlements with Gothic groups. Many were incorporated into Roman military structures as foederati, allied soldiers serving Rome. This reflected a major transformation. Earlier Roman armies had mainly relied on citizens and long-term professional soldiers. Late Roman armies increasingly included troops from outside traditional Roman communities. The empire adapted because it needed manpower. The same policy created future problems. Allied groups with their own leaders and military forces could become powerful political actors. The relationship depended on trust. The 4th century also saw another major religious transformation. Christianity, once persecuted, had become closely connected with imperial authority. Under Theodosius I, Christianity received official preference over traditional Roman religions. In AD 380, the Edict of Thessalonica established Nicene Christianity as the empire's official religion. The evidence appears in laws, church construction, and changing public monuments. Temples were gradually transformed. Christian buildings expanded. The religious landscape of Rome changed. By the end of the 4th century, the empire created by Augustus would have been almost unrecognizable. The emperor was Christian. The capital was increasingly Constantinople. The army contained large numbers of non-Italian soldiers. The frontier was no longer a line of expansion. It was a line of survival. The next generation would face the greatest test. The Western Empire would begin losing control of its territories. The Eastern Empire would adapt and continue. The two halves were becoming different worlds. A document dated to AD 395 records a succession that would permanently change Roman history. The empire was still officially one state. There was still one Roman identity, one legal tradition, one imperial system. But after the death of Theodosius I, political reality moved in another direction. His sons inherited different parts of the empire. Arcadius ruled in the east, Honorius ruled in the west. The division was not created from nothing. For decades, emperors had governed different regions simultaneously. The empire was too large for one person to manage alone. Military threats appeared on multiple frontiers. Administrative centers had already shifted. The east and west developed different priorities. The eastern half contained wealthy provinces. Egypt, Syria, Asia Minor, Greece, these regions produced significant agricultural and commercial wealth. The city of Constantinople had strong defensive advantages. Its walls, location, and economy supported imperial government. The western half faced different challenges. Italy remained symbolically important. Rome still represented the ancient center of power. But many western provinces had experienced increasing military pressure. Britain, Gaul, Hispania, North Africa. The Western government depended heavily on military commanders who could operate across large territories. The evidence from coins and inscriptions shows separate imperial administrations, different court officials, different military commands, but both governments continued using the language of Rome. Neither side considered itself a separate civilization. They were two administrations of the same empire. The problem was resources. The Western Empire controlled fewer wealthy provinces, yet it faced major military demands. Armies needed payment, frontiers needed defense, officials needed funding. As pressure increased, Western emperors relied more heavily on powerful generals. One of the most influential was Stilicho. He was a military commander of Vandal origin who rose to become the leading figure in Western government. His career reveals another transformation. The late Roman army depended increasingly on commanders who were not from traditional Roman aristocratic backgrounds. Military ability mattered more than ancestry. Stilicho defended the Western Empire against several threats, but political suspicion surrounded his power. Court factions feared that he controlled too much influence over the young Emperor Honorius. The Western government became divided internally. This weakness appeared during the Gothic crisis. In AD 401, the Visigothic king Alaric entered Italy. The movement was not simply an invasion by a foreign enemy. The relationship between Rome and Gothic groups had always involved negotiation, allied soldiers, payments, land agreements, but these arrangements became unstable. Alaric wanted recognition and resources from the imperial government. Rome struggled to respond. The Western Empire lacked the flexibility and financial strength of earlier centuries. The pressure increased. In AD 410, Alaric's army entered Rome. The city was captured and looted. The event shocked the Roman world. For nearly 800 years, foreign armies had not occupied Rome itself. The symbolic impact was enormous. The city that had conquered the Mediterranean had been entered by forces it once considered outside its control. But the sack of Rome did not mean the end of the empire. The Western government continued. Laws continued. Taxes continued. Armies continued. The event represented something more complex, a change in balance. The empire was no longer able to guarantee the security of its traditional heartland. The next decades would reveal whether the Western government could recover, or whether the structures that held Roman power together were beginning to disappear. A layer of broken marble, damaged buildings, and abandoned valuables lies beneath parts of ancient Rome. The objects are not evidence of the city's destruction as a whole. They show a moment when an impossible event occurred. In AD 410, the Visigothic army of Alaric entered Rome. The city was not the capital of imperial government anymore. The Western court had moved elsewhere, eventually settling mainly in Ravenna. But Rome remained the symbolic center of the Roman world. Its monuments represented centuries of authority, its temples, its forums, its imperial buildings. The event carried meaning far beyond the physical damage. The Visigoths did not destroy Rome completely. Ancient accounts describe looting lasting several days. The evidence suggests targeted removal of wealth rather than total destruction. Gold objects, valuable materials, political symbols. The city survived, but the psychological impact was enormous. A generation earlier, many Romans still believed the empire's endurance was permanent. Now the evidence contradicted that belief. The Western Empire had entered a new phase. The reasons were not simple. Rome had not fallen because of one battle, one emperor, one enemy. The decline developed through accumulated pressures. The Western government faced shrinking resources, political instability, military dependence on powerful generals, and increasing difficulty controlling distant provinces. One important example was North Africa. The region produced grain and agricultural wealth. It was one of the most valuable parts of the Western Empire. Control of Africa meant control of resources needed by Rome and its armies. In AD 429, the Vandals crossed into North Africa. Led by King Gaiseric, they established control over much of the region. The evidence appears in archaeological remains, coin circulation, and changing settlement patterns. The loss of Africa was a major economic blow. The Western government lost a source of revenue. The empire became increasingly dependent on fewer territories. The military consequences were immediate. Fewer resources meant fewer soldiers. Fewer soldiers meant weaker control. The cycle reinforced itself. At the same time, imperial authority became concentrated around military commanders. The emperor often lacked direct control over the armies that defended his territory. Generals became kingmakers. One of the most important was Flavius Aetius. He managed Western military affairs during the reign of Valentinian III. Aetius fought against several groups threatening Roman territories. His greatest achievement came in AD 451. The Hunnic ruler Attila invaded Gaul. The Roman army, supported by Visigothic allies and other groups, confronted him at the Battle of the Catalaunian Plains. The exact details remain debated. Ancient sources describe a massive confrontation. The evidence suggests it was one of the largest military events of late Roman Europe. Attila's forces withdrew, but the victory did not restore Roman power. The Western Empire no longer possessed the resources to permanently control the situation. Aetius himself was later killed by Emperor Valentinian III. The assassination removed one of the empire's strongest military leaders. The emperor was killed soon afterward. The pattern continued. Political instability weakened military leadership. Military weakness encouraged more political instability. By the middle of the 5th century, the Western Empire still existed. There was still a Roman emperor in Italy. There were still Roman laws. There were still Roman officials. But the machinery that had once connected the provinces to the center was failing. The final decades would be shaped by short-lived emperors, powerful generals, and outside rulers controlling Roman territory. The last emperor of the West would not be defeated by a foreign army invading from outside. He would be replaced by a commander who already served inside the Roman system. The end would come quietly. A name would remain on a document. A coin would carry one final imperial portrait. Then the title would disappear. A small gold coin carries the image of a young Roman ruler. The face is barely known. The reign lasted only months. The coin represents one of the final official acts of the Western Roman Empire. The emperor was Romulus Augustus. He became ruler in AD 475, but by that point, the title of emperor in the West had lost much of the power it once represented. For centuries, Roman emperors had commanded armies, controlled provinces, issued laws, and shaped the Mediterranean world. Romulus Augustus controlled only a shrinking territory in Italy. The empire had been reduced through decades of military pressure and political fragmentation. The appointment of Romulus was connected to his father Orestes. Orestes was a Roman military commander who had served under previous emperors. Like many powerful generals of the late empire, his authority came from controlling soldiers. He placed his young son on the throne rather than ruling openly himself. The evidence reveals an important change. The emperor had become increasingly dependent on military commanders. The commander controlled the army controlled the emperor. The pattern had existed for generations. Now the consequences were visible. The soldiers serving in Italy demanded land. Orestes refused. A Germanic military leader named Odoacer used the disagreement to gain support. In AD 476, Odoacer's forces defeated Orestes. Romulus Augustus was removed from power. The event was not recorded as a dramatic collapse. There was no massive battle inside Rome, no destruction of the city, no final speech. The evidence is administrative. The imperial symbols were sent to Constantinople. The Western imperial title was not immediately replaced by another Roman emperor. Odoacer ruled Italy as a king while recognizing the authority of the Eastern emperor. The date at 476 later became a traditional marker for the fall of the Western Roman Empire, but the physical evidence shows a more gradual transformation. Roman cities continued, Roman laws continued, Roman taxation continued. The Latin language remained. People did not wake up the next morning and stop being Roman. The empire changed because political structures changed. A ruler who controlled Italy no longer needed the title of emperor to exercise power. The disappearance of the Western emperor was the end of an office, not the end of Roman civilization. The Eastern Empire continued. Its citizens still called themselves Romans, its government still used Roman law, its armies still carried Roman traditions. The city of Constantinople became the center of a Roman state that would survive for almost another 1,000 years. The western territories developed differently. Some Roman institutions disappeared, others transformed. Local rulers adopted Roman administrative practices. Christian churches preserved Roman writing and legal traditions. Former imperial lands became new political worlds. The question historians continue to examine is not simply, why did Rome fall? The more difficult question is, why did some parts survive while others transformed? The evidence points toward many connected causes: economic pressure, military changes, political instability, regional differences, external migrations. No single explanation replaces the others. The empire had become too large and complex to fail from one event. Its end was a process. The final Western emperor's coin is small. The empire he represented had once stretched across continents. Between those two objects lies a story of more than 1,000 years. A village beside a river. A republic built through war. An empire connected by roads. A state transformed by religion. And a civilization that did not disappear when its western throne became empty. Odoacer and the kingdom inside Rome. A bronze coin from late 5th century. Italy carries the symbols of a world in transition. The imperial portrait is gone from Western coins. The structures behind Roman government remain. The object reveals a complicated ending. After Romulus Augustus was removed in AD 476, Italy did not immediately become a completely different civilization. The person who controlled Italy was Odoacer. He was a military leader of Germanic background who had served inside the Roman army. His rise was not a foreign invasion replacing Rome. It was a change within the existing imperial system. For decades, Roman armies had included soldiers from outside traditional Roman communities. These troops fought for the empire. They received payments. They gained status. Some commanders eventually became the most powerful figures in Roman politics. Odoacer followed this pattern. After defeating Orestes, he became ruler of Italy, but he did not claim the title of emperor. Instead, he sent the imperial symbols of the West to the Eastern emperor in Constantinople. The message was political. There was now one Roman emperor, the Eastern ruler. Odoacer governed Italy as a king. This arrangement preserved many Roman structures. Government officials continued working, tax systems continued, the Senate in Rome still existed, Roman laws remained important. The transition was not a sudden replacement, it was a transformation. The Eastern Emperor, Zeno, recognized Odoacer's authority but did not fully trust him. The problem was familiar. A powerful military commander controlling a wealthy territory could become a threat. The solution came through another group connected to Roman military service, the Ostrogoths. Their leader, Theodoric, had grown up within the political world of the Eastern Roman Empire. He had served as a military commander. He understood Roman administration. In AD 488, Emperor Zeno encouraged Theodoric to move west against Odoacer. The campaign lasted several years. The conflict ended with Odoacer's defeat. Theodoric established control over Italy. Like Odoacer, he ruled as a king rather than an emperor, but his government attempted to preserve Roman traditions. The evidence appears throughout Italy. Roman senators continued their roles. Administrative offices survived. Buildings were repaired. Theodoric presented himself as a protector of Roman order. The difference between Roman and barbarian was becoming less clear. The new rulers were often former Roman allies. They used Roman law, they relied on Roman officials, they governed Roman populations. The political structure changed, but many cultural systems continued. This period also reveals the importance of the Eastern Empire. Constantinople considered itself the continuation of Rome. Its emperors claimed authority over all Roman lands, even when they could not directly control them. The Western kingdoms existed in a complicated relationship with the Eastern Emperor, sometimes cooperation, sometimes conflict. The Roman world had not disappeared. It had fragmented. Different rulers controlled different regions. Some used Latin, some used Roman laws, some maintained Roman administrative practices. The empire had transformed into multiple political systems. The next major attempt to reunite these territories would come from Constantinople. An emperor named Justinian would look westward and attempt something that had not been tried since the fall of the Western throne. He would attempt to restore the Roman Empire itself. A collection of legal manuscripts sits among the most influential documents of Roman history. The pages contain centuries of imperial decisions, court rulings, legal principles, administrative rules. They were created under Emperor Justinian. The documents reveal an ambition larger than law. They represent an attempt to preserve and rebuild the Roman world. When Justinian became emperor in AD 527, the Western Empire had been gone for more than 50 years. Italy was controlled by the Ostrogoths. North Africa belonged to the Vandals. Much of the former Western territory was ruled by different kingdoms, but in Constantinople, the idea of Roman unity survived. Justinian considered himself the Roman emperor, not a successor, not a different ruler, a continuation. His goal was clear: restore imperial control over former Roman lands. The first major achievement came through law. Roman legal traditions had accumulated over centuries. Thousands of imperial decisions existed in different collections. Some contradicted each other, some were outdated. The legal system had become difficult to manage. Justinian ordered a commission led by the Juris Tribonian to organize Roman law. The result became the Corpus Juris Civilis, the body of civil law. The evidence survives through manuscripts copied across centuries. The collection preserved Roman legal thought and later influenced legal systems throughout Europe. The project showed Justinian's broader vision. The empire was not only territory, it was institutions, law, administration, language, government, military power. But preserving Rome required resources. The Eastern Empire was wealthy. Constantinople controlled important trade routes. Its treasury benefited from taxation and commerce. That wealth allowed Justinian to build a powerful military. The first target was North Africa. The Vandals had controlled the region since the 5th century. Their kingdom contained valuable agricultural lands and strategic ports. In AD 533, Justinian sent General Belisarius with a relatively small expeditionary force. The campaign was successful. The Vandals were defeated. North Africa returned to Roman control. The victory demonstrated that restoration was possible. Coins, inscriptions, and rebuilt structures show the return of imperial administration. But the next campaign would be far more difficult. Italy, the Ostrogothic kingdom, had ruled the peninsula for decades. Rome itself remained filled with ancient monuments. The connection between the city and the empire still carried enormous symbolic value. Justinian launched the Gothic War in AD 535. The conflict lasted for nearly 20 years. Unlike the African campaign, Italy became a battlefield. Cities changed hands repeatedly. Armies destroyed infrastructure. The population suffered. Rome itself was captured and recaptured several times. The evidence appears in abandoned settlements, damaged buildings, and changing archaeological layers. Victory came at a terrible cost. By AD 554, Justinian's forces controlled Italy. The emperor had achieved something no Western ruler had managed since 476. The old imperial territories had partially returned under Roman authority, but the restoration was fragile. The wars had drained resources, the population had declined, the economy had been damaged, the empire had regained land. The question was whether it could afford to keep it. Justinian's reign demonstrated both the strength and weakness of the Eastern Roman Empire. It possessed the organization, wealth, and ambition to reconquer lost territories. But the ancient Roman system had changed. The empire was no longer expanding into a stable world. It was trying to rebuild a past that had already disappeared. A mass burial site contains human remains from the 6th century. The bones provide no written explanation, no official announcement, no political argument, only evidence of a population affected by a disaster that moved faster than governments could respond. The event became known as the Plague of Justinian. It began during Justinian's reign around AD 541. The source was likely the bacterium Yersinia pestis, the same organism later associated with the medieval Black Death. The disease traveled through trade networks, ships, grain shipments, commercial routes. The same connections that supported the Roman economy also allowed biological threats to move across continents. The first major outbreaks appeared in Egypt. This region was essential to the Eastern Roman Empire. Egypt supplied Constantinople with grain. Ships carried food across the Mediterranean. When disease reached major ports, it gained access to the empire's largest cities. Constantinople became one of the worst affected areas. Ancient accounts describe overcrowded streets, shortages of workers, government officials struggling to manage deaths. The exact number of victims is uncertain. Ancient writers often exaggerated numbers. Modern evidence cannot confirm every description, but the scale was significant enough to affect the empire's economy, military, and administration. The consequences appeared in physical evidence. Some settlements were abandoned. Some agricultural areas declined. Burial practices changed. Labor became more valuable because fewer people were available to work. The plague did not destroy the Roman Empire, but it weakened a state already under pressure. Justinian's reconquests required soldiers. Soldiers required supplies. Supplies required farmers, merchants, builders, and administrators. A population crisis affected every part of that chain. The empire's ability to project power was reduced. The timing was especially damaging. The Eastern Empire had just spent enormous resources restoring control over North Africa and Italy. Now it faced a different enemy, not an army, a microscopic organism. The plague also affected Constantinople's political environment. The emperor himself became ill according to ancient accounts. He survived. The government continued. But the crisis revealed the limits of imperial authority. A ruler could command armies, issue laws, build monuments, but could not easily control a disease moving through trade networks. The empire continued after the first outbreaks. The plague returned in later waves for generations. Its effects accumulated. Cities recovered. Markets reopened. Populations slowly rebuilt. But the world Justinian inherited was permanently altered. The military victories of his early reign became harder to maintain. In Italy, imperial control weakened after years of warfare. A new Germanic group, the Lombards, entered the peninsula in AD 568. They captured large areas of northern and central Italy. The Eastern Empire retained some territories, especially around Ravenna and parts of the coast, but Justinian's dream of restoring the old Western Empire was disappearing. The evidence shows a pattern. The empire could win battles, it could reclaim cities, it could rebuild monuments. But maintaining control over distant lands required continuous resources. The plague reduced those resources at the exact moment they were most needed. Justinian died in AD 565. His reign left behind extraordinary achievements: a unified legal system, major architectural projects, military victories. But it also left an empire exhausted. The Roman world had survived another transformation. The next centuries would not be defined by reconquest. They would be defined by survival. A massive church rises above the skyline of Constantinople. Its dome dominates the city. Its walls contain marble taken from across the Mediterranean world. The building is Hagia Sophia. Constructed under Justinian, it represents both the wealth and ambition of the Eastern Roman Empire. But the empire that inherited Justinian's achievements faced a different reality. The Western reconquests were becoming difficult to maintain. The plague had reduced populations. Wars had damaged regions. New enemies were appearing along multiple borders. The Eastern Roman Empire survived because it adapted. It did not remain the empire of Augustus. It became something different. The citizens of Constantinople still called themselves Romans. Their laws were Roman, their emperors claimed Roman authority, their armies carried Roman traditions, but the language, culture, and political structure were changing. Greek became increasingly dominant in government and daily life. Christianity became central to imperial identity. The old Roman religious world had disappeared. The empire was becoming medieval while still calling itself Roman. The greatest pressure came from the east. For centuries, Rome had competed with Persian kingdoms. The Sasanian Empire remained a powerful rival. The 6th and early 7th centuries saw repeated wars between the two states. Fortresses changed hands. Cities were captured and recaptured. Resources were consumed. The conflict reached a critical point under Emperor Heraclius. When he became emperor in AD 610, the empire faced one of its most dangerous moments. Persian armies had captured important eastern territories. Syria, Palestine, Egypt, these were not minor provinces. They contained wealthy cities, agricultural production, and religious significance. The empire appeared close to collapse. The evidence from the period shows emergency measures, military reforms, religious appeals, financial pressure. Heraclius reorganized imperial resources to continue fighting. The war became a struggle for survival. Eventually, Roman armies pushed back. The Persians were defeated. Territories were recovered. But the victory came at a cost. Both empires had exhausted themselves. The long Roman-Persian wars had weakened the region. Then, a new power appeared. Arab armies emerging from the Arabian Peninsula expanded rapidly in the 7th century. The political landscape of the Mediterranean changed faster than Rome could respond. In the 630s and 640s, Roman territories in Syria and Egypt were lost. These regions had been among the richest parts of the empire. Their loss transformed the state. The empire became smaller, more focused, more militarized. The Eastern Roman Empire was no longer a Mediterranean superpower controlling ancient Roman provinces. It was a regional state centered on Anatolia, Greece, and Constantinople, but it survived. This survival reveals something important. The fall of the Western Empire was not the end of Rome. Roman government continued for nearly another 1,000 years. The empire changed because it had to. Its armies changed. Its economy changed. Its borders changed. Its language changed. But the idea of Roman continuity remained. The walls of Constantinople would protect the last Roman emperors for centuries. The city would face invasions, sieges, and internal conflicts. Each generation would inherit a smaller empire, but each generation would still call it Rome. The final chapter of Roman history would not take place in Italy. It would take place around a city built beside the sea, a city that carried the memory of an empire that had already transformed many times before. A collection of administrative documents from the 7th century reveals a government adapting to a smaller world. The language has changed. The military structure has changed. The territories have changed. But the officials still identify themselves as Roman. The Eastern Roman Empire was entering a new phase. Modern historians often call this period Byzantine. The people living inside it did not use that name. They called themselves Romans. Their emperor was the Roman emperor. Their capital was the Roman city of Constantinople. The transformation was gradual. There was no single moment when Rome became Byzantium. Instead, centuries of pressure reshaped the state. The loss of Egypt, Syria, and other eastern provinces forced the empire to reorganize. The old administrative system based on large provinces became less effective. Military defense became the priority. The evidence appears in the creation of the theme system. Beginning in the 7th century, military districts called themes became central to government. These regions combined military and administrative responsibilities. A commander controlled defense. Soldiers received land connected to their service. The system allowed the empire to maintain armies with fewer financial resources. The empire could no longer rely on the vast tax income of earlier centuries. It needed a more flexible structure. The change reflected a broader transformation. Earlier Rome had maintained professional armies stationed across enormous frontiers. The later empire increasingly depended on regional military communities. Soldiers defended the land where they lived. The relationship between territory and army became closer. Constantinople remained the center. The city's walls were among the strongest defensive structures in the medieval world. The Theodosian walls, expanded in earlier centuries, protected the city from direct assault. Stone towers, massive gates, multiple defensive layers. These structures were not just architecture. They were evidence of a state built around survival. The city's importance increased as the empire became smaller. Trade continued through its harbors, officials managed taxation, craftsmen produced goods, diplomats negotiated with neighboring powers. Constantinople became the connection point between Europe and Asia. The empire also developed a new cultural identity. Greek language became dominant. Christian theology shaped politics. The emperor was viewed not only as a political ruler, but as a defender of the Christian Roman order. The ancient titles remained. The ancient laws remained. But the society surrounding them had changed. The military challenges continued. Arab armies remained a major threat. Slavic groups settled in parts of the Balkans. The empire fought for survival on multiple fronts. Yet it endured because it adapted. The Western Empire had disappeared because the structures connecting it together had broken. The Eastern Empire survived because it transformed those structures. Smaller territory, more defensive strategy, closer connection between soldiers and land, a more centralized capital. The Roman state had changed shape, but the chain of evidence continued. Coins still carried the emperor's image. Official documents still used Roman titles. The people of Constantinople still called their state Rome. The next centuries would bring moments of weakness and recovery. The empire would lose territory, regain territory, face new enemies, create new military systems. The story was no longer about conquering the world. It was about preserving a civilization that refused to disappear. A layer of ash beneath a destroyed city contains broken pottery, coins, and fragments of buildings. The objects record a moment when one of the oldest political systems in history lost some of its richest territories. During the 7th century, the Eastern Roman Empire faced a new military power emerging from Arabia. The Arab conquests transformed the Mediterranean world. The empire that had survived Persia now faced armies that moved with unexpected speed. The first decades of the 7th century had already weakened Rome. The wars with the Sasanian Persians had exhausted both sides. The Roman Empire recovered Jerusalem, Egypt, and Syria under Emperor Heraclius, but the victory was temporary. Within a few years, Arab armies entered the same regions. In AD 634, Roman forces fought Arab armies in Syria. The campaigns continued. Cities that had been Roman for centuries changed rulers. Damascus, Antioch, Jerusalem, Egypt, these were not distant frontier settlements. They were some of the wealthiest and most important regions of the empire. Egypt was especially significant. Its agricultural production supported Constantinople. Its grain shipments fed the capital. Its taxes supported the government. Losing Egypt changed the structure of the empire. The evidence appears in changing coinage, administrative records, and archaeological layers. Roman officials disappeared from some regions. New governments replaced them. Greek and Roman institutions were transformed. But the transition was not identical everywhere. Some local populations continued using existing administrative systems. Some cities negotiated surrender agreements. Some Christian communities remained under new rulers. History was not a single moment of replacement. It was a gradual process of adaptation. The Eastern Roman Empire survived because it changed its priorities. The empire abandoned the idea of controlling the entire Mediterranean. Instead, it focused on defending its remaining core territories. Anatolia became central. The Balkans became contested. Constantinople became more important than ever. The military theme system expanded. Soldiers were settled in strategic regions. The state became more closely connected with its armies. The empire was smaller, but it was also more concentrated. The Arab conquests also changed the wider world. The Mediterranean, once largely controlled by Rome, became divided between different powers. Arab caliphates controlled major eastern and southern regions. The Roman Empire controlled Constantinople, parts of Greece, and Anatolia. Western Europe developed separate kingdoms. The old Roman Mediterranean unity was gone, but Roman identity survived. The people of Constantinople still used Roman law. The emperor still claimed Roman authority. The army still carried Roman traditions. The empire's enemies often called them Romans. The name continued because the institutions continued. The 8th century brought another major internal conflict. the empire would struggle over religious images known as icons. The debate was not only about art, it involved the relationship between emperors, churches, and society. The conflict would divide the empire for generations, but once again, the evidence would reveal the same pattern. Rome survived not because it remained unchanged, it survived because it repeatedly rebuilt itself. The city founded beside the Bosporus had become the final center of Roman power. Its walls protected an empire that was much smaller than the one Augustus inherited. But behind those walls remained a government that traced its authority back to the first Roman emperors. The empire had lost the Mediterranean, it had lost Italy, it had lost Egypt, yet it still carried the same name, Rome. A damaged religious image shows signs of deliberate destruction, a face removed, a figure scratched away, a surface altered by human hands. The evidence comes from a conflict that divided the Eastern Roman Empire for more than a century. The issue was the use of religious images known as icons. The conflict became known as the Byzantine iconoclasm, but the disagreement was not simply about paintings, it was about authority. Who had the power to define religious practice? The emperor? The church? Local communities? The debate emerged during the 8th century. By this period, the Roman Empire had become a smaller but highly organized Christian state. The emperor ruled from Constantinople. The church had enormous influence. Religious ceremonies were connected with imperial identity. Icons appeared in churches, homes, and public spaces. They represented Christ, the Virgin Mary, and saints. Many believers used them as objects of devotion. Others argued that the use of images risked replacing worship of God with worship of physical objects. The first major imperial challenge came under Emperor Leo III. In AD 726, according to later sources, Leo began policies against certain religious images. The exact details are debated, the surviving evidence is incomplete. But official actions against icons clearly occurred. Images were removed from churches, some were destroyed, others were replaced. The controversy spread through the empire. The conflict had political dimensions. The emperor controlled the military and government. The church controlled religious authority. Both institutions shaped society. The debate became a struggle over the limits of imperial power. Supporters of iconoclasm argued that emperors had the responsibility to protect correct worship. Supporters of icons argued that images helped communicate Christian teachings and preserve tradition. The physical evidence reveals the conflict. Some churches contained damaged mosaics where human figures were removed. Other buildings preserved icons because local communities resisted imperial policies. The empire was not unified on the issue. Different regions responded differently. The controversy continued through several emperors. A temporary restoration of icons occurred under Empress Irene in the 8th century. Later rulers reversed the policy again. The debate ended permanently in AD 843 when icons were restored under Empress Theodora and her supporters. The event became known as the Triumph of Orthodoxy. The resolution shows something important about the Roman Empire. Its survival depended not only on armies and taxation, it depended on managing identity. The empire was held together by shared beliefs, law, religion, imperial traditions. When those systems were challenged, the conflict could become as serious as a military invasion. By the 9th century, the empire had survived several transformations. The Western Empire had disappeared. Arab armies had taken major provinces. Persian wars had exhausted resources. Internal religious conflicts had divided society. Yet Constantinople remained. Its walls still stood. Its officials still administered territories. Its emperors still used Roman titles. The empire was no longer the ancient Mediterranean superpower, but it had become a durable medieval state. The next centuries would bring one of its greatest recoveries. Military reforms would restore lost territories, trade would expand, culture would flourish. For a time, the Roman Empire would experience another period of strength. The empire that survived would prove that Rome's greatest ability was not conquest, it was adaptation. A collection of gold coins from the 9th and 10th centuries shows emperors wearing elaborate crowns and ceremonial clothing. The portraits are not those of conquerors from the ancient world. They belonged to rulers who inherited a smaller empire but rebuilt its strength. The period became known as the Macedonian dynasty. It marked one of the most successful recoveries in the history of the Eastern Roman Empire. By the 9th century, the empire had survived centuries of crisis. Its territory was reduced. Its enemies surrounded its borders, but its government remained functional. Constantinople still controlled trade routes, officials still collected taxes, the army still defended imperial lands, the foundations for recovery were already present. The Macedonian emperors ruled from AD 867 to 1056. Their success came from combining military reform, economic management, and cultural development. The empire did not return to the size of Augustus's Rome. Instead, it became a powerful regional state. The evidence appears in military manuals, fortress remains, and coin production. Roman armies became more organized, provincial commanders gained importance, border regions were strengthened, the empire's soldiers were no longer defending thousands of kilometers of frontier. They were protecting a smaller, more concentrated territory. One major area of expansion was the eastern frontier. For centuries, Arab armies had challenged Roman control in Anatolia. The relationship was not constant war. There were raids, border conflicts, diplomatic exchanges, trade, but during the Macedonian period, Roman armies began pushing eastward. Emperors such as Basil II later expanded imperial influence into Armenia and the Balkans. The military recovery was connected to economic strength. Constantinople remained one of the largest cities in the medieval world. Its location allowed it to control trade between regions, silk, spices, metals, luxury goods. The imperial government regulated commerce and taxation. The city's markets connected distant economies. The empire's cultural influence also expanded. Scholars preserved ancient Greek and Roman texts. Libraries contained works of philosophy, history, mathematics, and theology. The preservation of earlier knowledge became one of the empire's most lasting contributions. The evidence survives in manuscripts copied by Byzantine scholars. Many ancient works survive because these scribes continued reproducing them. The Macedonian period also produced important legal developments. Emperors updated Roman law for a changing society. The ancient legal tradition remained alive. The empire did not simply preserve Rome. It continued modifying Roman institutions. One of the most powerful rulers of this era was Basil II. He became emperor in AD 976 and ruled for more than 50 years. His reign expanded Roman influence in the Balkans. The defeat of the Bulgarian Empire became one of his defining achievements. Ancient sources describe harsh actions after the victory. The details come from later writers and must be examined carefully. But the broader evidence shows a major expansion of imperial authority. At the height of Basil II's reign, the Eastern Roman Empire was one of the strongest powers in the Mediterranean, yet the same problem that affected earlier Roman governments remained: succession, military control, internal competition. After Basil II died, later rulers struggled to maintain the strength he had built. New enemies appeared. Political divisions increased. The empire's recovery would not last forever. But the Macedonian revival proved something important. A state that had lost most of its territory could rebuild itself through organization and adaptation. The Roman Empire had survived for centuries because it repeatedly changed. The next challenge would come from a new military force in the east, a people who would transform the political map of Anatolia: the Turks. A battlefield near the plains of Anatolia contains the evidence of a turning point: broken weapons, burial sites, abandoned military equipment. The objects belong to a conflict that changed the balance of power between the Roman Empire and a new force from the east. The battle was Manzikert. It took place in AD 71. For centuries, Anatolia had been the heartland of the Eastern Roman Empire. The region supplied soldiers, agricultural production, tax revenue. Cities, its roads connected Constantinople with the eastern frontier. The loss of Anatolia would transform the empire permanently. The people responsible were the Seljuk Turks. They were a Turkic-speaking military power that had expanded across Persia and into the Middle East. Their armies moved differently from the traditional enemies Rome had faced. They relied heavily on mounted archers. Speed, mobility, rapid movement across open landscapes. The Roman army that confronted them was commanded by Emperor Romanos IV Diogenes. The campaign aimed to restore imperial control over eastern territories. Instead, it ended with the emperor captured. The defeat was not the immediate destruction of the empire. Constantinople remained secure. The government continued. But the consequences were severe. Internal political struggles followed. Military commanders competed for power. The empire struggled to organize a response. Without stable leadership, the Turks expanded their control deeper into Anatolia. The evidence appears in changing settlement patterns. New political centers emerged, some Roman towns declined, new populations settled in former imperial territories. The transformation took generations. The empire did not lose everything at once, but the geographic foundation that supported it was weakened. The loss of Anatolia created economic problems. Fewer agricultural lands meant reduced tax income. Fewer soldiers could be recruited locally. The government became more dependent on foreign mercenaries. The cycle created new vulnerabilities. A weaker economy required outside military support. Outside military support increased political complexity. The empire entered another period of adaptation. A new dynasty came to power. The Komnenian emperors attempted to rebuild Roman strength. Alexios I Komnenos became emperor in AD 1081 during a time of crisis. He inherited an empire surrounded by enemies. Norman armies threatened western territories. Turks controlled much of Anatolia. Internal divisions weakened the state. Alexios responded through diplomacy and military reform. He reorganized the army, negotiated alliances, used foreign soldiers when necessary. His government stabilized the empire. But the solution created a new relationship with Western Europe. To fight his enemies, Alexios requested assistance from Western Christian powers. The result was the First Crusade. Thousands of Western European warriors traveled east. They arrived claiming to support the recovery of Christian territories, but their presence introduced new political forces into the Roman world. The relationship between Constantinople and the Crusaders became complicated. At first, cooperation was possible. Later, suspicion grew. The empire needed allies, but allies could also become threats. The events following Manzikert reveal the recurring pattern of Roman history. A crisis did not end the empire. It forced another transformation. The Roman state had survived invasions, civil wars, religious conflicts, and economic disasters. Now it faced a different challenge. The people who could help restore its territories might also become the people who would damage them. The next century would bring the greatest disaster Constantinople had experienced in its long history. Not from Persia, not from Arabs, not from Turks, from fellow Christians arriving from the West. A pile of broken marble, shattered columns, and scattered coins lies beneath the modern streets of Constantinople. The evidence belongs to one of the most destructive events in the city's long history. In AD 1204, armies from Western Europe entered Constantinople. They did not come as Persian invaders. They did not come as Arab conquerors. They came as fellow Christians. The Fourth Crusade transformed the relationship between Western Europe and the Roman Empire forever. The origins of the crisis began decades earlier. After Manzikert, the empire had struggled to recover lost territories. The Komnenian emperors restored some stability. Alexios I, John II, and Manuel I strengthened the government and rebuilt military power. Constantinople remained one of the wealthiest cities in the world. Its harbors connected Europe, Asia, and the Mediterranean. Foreign merchants operated within the city. Among them were Venetians. The Venetian Republic became one of the empire's most important commercial partners. The relationship was useful, but it was also competitive. Venetian merchants received trading privileges inside Byzantine territory. These agreements increased Western influence in the empire. They also created resentment among local populations. The Fourth Crusade began in AD 1202. Its original goal was to attack Egypt and weaken Muslim powers in the eastern Mediterranean, but financial problems changed the campaign. The Crusaders owed money to Venice for transportation. Political disputes redirected their armies toward Constantinople. Inside the city, A succession crisis created an opportunity. A Byzantine prince named Alexios Angelos promised rewards to the Crusaders if they helped restore his father to the throne. The agreement brought Western armies to the walls of Constantinople. The city had survived centuries of attacks. Persians, Arabs, Russians, Turks. Its massive walls had protected it repeatedly, but internal political divisions weakened the response. In AD 1204, Crusader forces entered the city. The evidence comes from both Byzantine and Western accounts. Palaces were looted, churches were damaged, relics were removed, works of art were taken. Objects created by Roman and Greek craftsmen traveled across Europe. The event was not simply a military defeat. It was a cultural disaster. Constantinople had been one of the greatest centers of ancient knowledge and Christian art. The destruction damaged a city that had preserved Roman traditions for centuries. After the conquest, the Crusaders established the Latin Empire. A Western ruler controlled Constantinople. The Byzantine government survived elsewhere. 3 successor states continued the Roman tradition. The most important was the Empire of Nicaea. From there, Roman rulers planned to recover their capital. The city was eventually retaken in AD 1261. Michael VIII Palaiologos entered Constantinople and restored Byzantine rule. But the empire that returned was not the same. The Fourth Crusade had permanently weakened it. Territories were lost, economic power declined, Western rivals gained influence. The empire continued for almost 2 more centuries. But the balance had changed. The Romans of Constantinople had survived the Arabs, survived the Turks, survived internal conflicts. Now they faced a new reality. Their greatest threats were no longer only outside their borders. The political world around them had transformed. The empire that had once controlled the eastern Mediterranean was now a small state surrounded by stronger powers. The final centuries would become a story of endurance, a shrinking territory, a declining population, a city refusing to surrender. The last Roman emperors would not rule a world empire. They would defend the final walls of Rome's longest surviving state. A narrow strip of land surrounds a city protected by enormous stone walls. The territory is small, the resources are limited, the enemies are close, but the city remains the center of a political tradition that began more than 1,000 years earlier. This was Constantinople in its final centuries. The Roman Empire had been reduced dramatically. After the Fourth Crusade, the restored Byzantine state controlled only fragments of its former territories. The Balkans were divided among competing powers. Anatolia was increasingly dominated by Turkish states. The Mediterranean was controlled by rising naval powers, yet the empire continued. The Palaiologos dynasty ruled from Constantinople after 1261. Their government faced a difficult task: preserve what remained. The evidence from the period shows a state operating with fewer resources. Coins became smaller and less valuable. The army became smaller. The population of Constantinople declined, but administration continued. Officials maintained Roman legal traditions. Diplomats negotiated with neighboring powers. Scholars copied ancient manuscripts. The empire's influence became cultural as much as political. One of the greatest changes came from the rise of the Ottoman Turks. The Ottoman state began as one of several Turkish powers in Anatolia. Over time, it expanded. Its armies captured territories around the Byzantine Empire. City after city changed control. The Roman government lost agricultural lands, trade routes shifted, tax income decreased. The empire became concentrated around Constantinople and a few remaining territories. The city itself remained strategically important. Its location controlled movement between the Black Sea and the Mediterranean. Its walls remained among the strongest fortifications in the world. The Theodosian walls had protected the city for centuries. Multiple layers of stone and earth created a defense system that had resisted enormous armies. But technology was changing. The introduction of large siege cannons transformed warfare. Walls that had protected cities for centuries could now be damaged by artillery. The Ottomans understood this change. Their ruler, Mehmed II, prepared carefully for the final assault. By AD 1453, Constantinople was surrounded. The Roman emperor was Constantine Palaiologos. His situation was unlike that of earlier emperors. He did not command a vast empire, he commanded a city. The defenders included Roman soldiers, foreign volunteers, and residents protecting their homes. The evidence from the siege includes accounts from participants, archaeological remains, and surviving fortifications. The Ottoman army was far larger. Cannons damaged sections of the walls. Repeated attacks pressured the defenders. After weeks of fighting, Ottoman forces entered the city on May 29th at 1453. Constantinople fell. Constantine's see disappeared during the final battle. The Roman imperial line ended, but the story of Rome did not vanish. The city continued as a major center under Ottoman rule. Its buildings remained, its libraries preserved knowledge, its traditions influenced neighboring civilizations. Greek scholars who left after the conquest carried ancient texts into Western Europe. The Roman Empire had existed for more than 2,000 years, from the traditional founding of Rome to the fall of Constantinople. It began as a small settlement near the Tiber River. It became a republic. It became an empire. It split. It transformed. It survived in the East long after the West collapsed. The final Roman emperor did not fall while ruling the Mediterranean. He fell while defending the last city that still claimed the name Rome. The empire ended not in one moment. It ended through centuries of adaptation, contraction, and transformation. The walls of Constantinople marked the final boundary of Roman political power, but the systems Rome created continued beyond those walls. Law, engineering, government, language, religion, the empire disappeared. Its influence did not. A collection of legal manuscripts sits inside libraries across Europe. The pages contain words written by Roman officials centuries earlier. The emperors who created those laws are gone. The empire that enforced them no longer exists. But the documents remain. The survival of Rome's influence did not depend on the survival of Roman armies. It depended on institutions, ideas, written records, buildings, languages. The Roman Empire ended politically in different places at different times. The Western imperial government disappeared in AD 476. The Eastern Roman Empire ended in AD 1453, but Roman systems continued long after those dates. One of the strongest examples is law. Justinian's Corpus Juris Civilis preserved centuries of Roman legal decisions. The collection influenced later European legal systems. Medieval rulers studied Roman legal concepts. Universities taught Roman law. Governments used ideas about contracts, property, citizenship, and administration. The physical manuscripts became evidence of a legal tradition that outlasted the empire itself. Roman engineering also survived through structures that remained visible. Roads, bridges, aqueducts, walls, the objects reveal a practical approach. Roman infrastructure was built to connect territories. A road was not only a path, it moved soldiers. Tax officials. Merchants, information, the network helped create the empire. Even after political control disappeared, many routes continued shaping settlement patterns. Cities developed around Roman foundations. Markets remained near ancient roads. Modern landscapes still followed decisions made by Roman engineers. Language became another form of survival. Latin disappeared as a spoken language in many regions, but it transformed. Across Western Europe, Latin developed into new languages. Italian, Spanish, French, Portuguese, Romanian. The vocabulary of government, religion, science, and law continued carrying Latin roots. The empire's language changed shape instead of disappearing. Christianity also preserved many Roman connections. The early Christian church expanded through Roman cities and used Roman communication networks. Bishops operated inside structures influenced by imperial administration. After the empire weakened in the West, churches often preserved literacy and organization. Buildings changed. Political systems changed, but Roman networks remained useful. The idea of empire also survived. Later rulers connected themselves with Rome. The Eastern Roman emperors maintained Roman identity for centuries. Western rulers adopted Roman titles. Political movements used Roman symbols to claim authority. The memory of Rome became a source of legitimacy. Archaeological evidence continues revealing how deeply Roman systems shaped daily life. A coin found beneath a building, a milestone beside an old road, a fragment of pottery in an abandoned settlement, a legal inscription carved into stone. Each object connects ordinary people with a civilization that existed across thousands of kilometers. The empire was not only emperors and battles, it was farmers producing grain, soldiers guarding borders, builders cutting stone, merchants transporting goods, officials recording taxes, families living inside cities connected by Roman systems. The reason Rome remains significant is not because it lasted forever. No political system does. Its importance comes from how much continued after it ended. The empire changed the societies that replaced it. The structures it created became foundations for later worlds. The final Roman emperor disappeared. The final Roman army marched away. The final imperial symbols changed hands. But the evidence remained. A road, a law, a language, a building, a document. Pieces of Rome continued carrying the memory of an empire that had already become part of the civilizations that followed. A pile of bronze coins rests inside an archaeological excavation. The images on the surfaces are worn. The names of emperors are partially erased by centuries of use. These objects reveal something that military monuments often hide. Rome was not held together only by armies. It was held together by an economic system that moved food, metals, taxes, and labor across enormous distances. The empire's economy depended on connection. A farmer in Egypt, a miner in Spain, a merchant in Syria, a soldier on the Rhine, a craftsman in Rome. Each person participated in a network linked by Roman roads, ports, currency, and government administration. The evidence appears in shipwrecks, warehouses, amphorae, and tax records. Large ceramic containers once carried olive oil, wine, and grain across the Mediterranean. Their fragments are found far from where they were produced. An amphora from North Africa could appear in Italy. A Spanish oil container could appear in Britain. The objects reveal a level of economic integration unusual for the ancient world. The Mediterranean became a connected commercial space. Rome's most important economic resource was agriculture. Most people in the empire worked the land. Fields produced wheat, olives, grapes, and livestock. The state depended on agricultural surplus. Armies needed food. Cities needed supplies. Officials needed taxes. The empire's power rested on the ability to collect resources from millions of rural workers. Large estates called latifundia existed throughout parts of the empire. Some were owned by wealthy elites, others developed around imperial property. They produced agricultural goods using enslaved labor, tenant farmers, and hired workers. The evidence comes from farm structures, tools, and written agricultural manuals. But Roman agriculture was not only large estates. Small farmers remained essential. Villages across the empire produced local supplies. The economy combined large-scale production with ordinary household farming. Mining was another foundation of Roman wealth. Silver from Spain helped produce Roman currency. Gold from various regions supported imperial finances. Iron supplied weapons and tools. Lead was used for pipes, weights, and construction. Mining sites reveal the physical cost of the system. Tunnels, tools, waste piles, human remains. The objects show both technological ability and difficult working conditions. Trade expanded because Rome maintained security across much of the Mediterranean. Piracy decreased, roads improved movement, ports connected regions. The Mediterranean became a highway, but the same complexity created vulnerabilities. The economy required stability. When wars disrupted trade routes, when currencies weakened, or when political authority declined, the effects spread quickly. The 3rd century crisis demonstrated this connection. Civil wars reduced confidence. Armies demanded more payments. Currency lost value. Trade patterns changed. Economic problems became political problems. Political problems became military problems. The empire's economy was powerful because it was connected. It was vulnerable for the same reason. Every province contributed something. Every province depended on something else. The Roman economy was not an invisible system. It existed in physical evidence. a coin in the ground, a warehouse near a harbor, a broken amphora, a mining tunnel, a road disappearing into the landscape. These objects reveal how Rome functioned beneath the names of emperors and the stories of battles. The empire was built by millions of transactions, millions of movements, millions of ordinary decisions. Understanding the economy reveals the mechanism behind Roman power, and it also reveals why maintaining that power became increasingly difficult. A line of iron nails, leather fragments, and worn military equipment appears beneath the soil of an abandoned Roman fort. The objects belong to ordinary soldiers, not emperors, not generals. The people who carried these tools created the force that allowed Rome to expand, defend, and control territories for centuries. The Roman army was not simply a group of fighters, it was an institution, a system of recruitment, training, supply, engineering, administration. Its effectiveness came from organization. A legion was more than a battlefield unit, it was a mobile construction force. Soldiers built roads, fortifications, bridges, military camps. The remains of forts across Europe reveal standardized designs, barracks, storage buildings, headquarters, defensive walls. The same patterns appear from Britain to Syria. The objects show a government capable of reproducing the same military structure across thousands of kilometers. During the Republic, Roman armies were closely connected with citizenship. Citizens provided military service, victories brought land and political influence, but as Rome expanded, the military changed. Long campaigns required soldiers to remain away from farms for years. The professional army developed. After the reforms associated with Gaius Marius in the late 2nd century BC, recruitment increasingly relied on long-term soldiers. The army became a career. A soldier could serve 20 years or more. He received pay, equipment, training, eventually, retirement benefits. The relationship between soldier and commander became increasingly important. Generals who provided victories and rewards gained personal loyalty from troops. This helped Rome conquer territories. It also created political problems. Armies could support rival leaders. The civil wars that ended the Republic were fought largely through competing military commands. Under Augustus, the imperial government reorganized the army. The number of legions was controlled. Permanent bases were established. Soldiers swore loyalty to the emperor. The army became one of the foundations of imperial power. The evidence survives in military diplomas, tombstones, and inscriptions. A soldier's name, his unit, his years of service, his birthplace. These records reveal the diversity of Roman armies. Not every soldier came from Italy. Legions included men from across the empire: Spain, Gaul, the Balkans, North Africa, Syria. After completing service, many veterans settled far from where they were born. Military communities spread Roman culture and administration, but maintaining the army required enormous resources. Soldiers needed food, weapons, clothing, pay. The government had to collect taxes from provinces to support the frontier system. The empire's borders were not cheap. Every fort represented a financial commitment. Every soldier represented a continuous expense. During periods of stability, the system worked. During periods of crisis, the pressure increased. By the later empire, the army transformed again. Units became smaller and more mobile. Commanders gained greater authority. Foreign soldiers became increasingly common. The army adapted because the empire needed it to. The Roman military was one of history's longest-lasting institutions. It changed repeatedly. Citizen army, professional force, imperial guard, frontier defense system. But its purpose remained consistent: protect Roman territory, enforce Roman authority, maintain the connection between the center and the edges of the empire. The ruins of forts across former Roman lands are evidence of this enormous effort. A wall, a weapon, a soldier's inscription, a forgotten road. Each object reveals the same mechanism. Rome was not held together by an idea alone. It was held together by people trained to carry that idea across the world. A small wooden writing tablet lies beneath the remains of an ancient building. The surface contains marks made by someone who was not an emperor, not a general, not a famous historical figure. It belonged to an ordinary person. These objects reveal another side of Rome. The empire was not only built through wars and political decisions, it existed through millions of daily actions. People bought food, signed contracts, raised children, worked jobs, paid taxes, moved between cities. The majority of Romans lived outside the grand monuments that define the empire today. Most people were farmers. Their lives depended on seasons, rainfall, animals, and harvests. A wooden plow, a storage jar, a grinding stone, a simple farm building. These objects reveal the physical world of rural Romans. Agriculture shaped everything. A successful harvest meant survival. A failed harvest meant debt, hunger, or migration. Cities were different environments. The streets of Roman towns contained workshops, markets, temples, bathhouses, and government buildings. Archaeological remains from cities such as Pompeii reveal detailed evidence of urban life. Painted walls, food shops, tools, household objects. Graffiti. The evidence shows people leaving behind ordinary messages alongside official monuments. A baker's oven, a merchant's scales, a mason's tools, a child's writing exercise. The empire becomes visible through these small objects. Roman society was highly unequal. A senator and an enslaved worker lived within the same political system, but experienced completely different realities. Social status affected housing, legal rights, employment, education, marriage. Slavery was present throughout Roman history. Enslaved people worked in households, mines, farms, workshops, government offices. Some gained freedom through a process called manumission. Freed people could become important members of communities. The evidence appears in inscriptions recording freedmen, occupations, and family relationships. Family was central to Roman society. Marriage connected households, children represented continuity, property and inheritance shaped decisions. Legal documents reveal agreements involving land, money, and family responsibilities. Women's lives varied greatly depending on wealth, location, and status. Some women managed businesses, owned property, participated in religious activities. Others lived under strict limitations. The evidence comes from tomb inscriptions, letters, and legal records. Education also depended on circumstances. Wealthy families hired tutors. Children learned reading, writing, mathematics, and literature. Writing tablets reveal basic exercises. Wax surfaces contain repeated letters and calculations. Education was a practical tool for administration and commerce. Religion existed throughout daily life. People visited temples, made offerings, participated in festivals. The Roman religious world included many gods and local traditions. As the empire expanded, different beliefs entered Roman society. Egyptian, Greek, Syrian, and other religious practices spread through cities. Later, Christianity developed from a small movement into a major institution. The daily life of the empire was shaped by movement. Soldiers traveled, merchants crossed seas, officials changed provinces, families migrated. A person born in Spain could serve in Syria. A merchant from North Africa could operate in Italy. A soldier from the Balkans could retire in Britain. The empire connected people who would otherwise have remained separated. The objects left behind reveal the human scale of Rome. A shoe, a coin, a letter, a cooking pot, a broken tool. These items do not describe emperors. They describe the people who lived beneath them. The Roman Empire lasted because millions of ordinary lives continued within its systems. The roads were built by workers. The armies were supplied by farmers. The taxes were recorded by officials. The cities were maintained by craftsmen. The empire was not only a political structure, it was a daily reality experienced by countless people across centuries. A grid of stone streets appears beneath layers of earth. The roads intersect at measured angles. Buildings follow planned spaces. Water channels run beneath the ground. The remains belong to a Roman city. Across Europe, North Africa, and the Middle East, these ruins reveal one of Rome's most powerful tools: urban organization. Rome did not control its empire only through armies. It controlled it through cities. A Roman city was a center of administration, a place where taxes were collected, laws were recorded, markets operated, officials worked, military supplies moved. The city became the physical expression of Roman authority. The evidence appears in thousands of archaeological sites, forums, baths, amphitheaters, temples, basilicas, road networks, aqueducts. Each structure served a purpose. A forum was not simply an open space. It was where political, commercial, and legal activity happened. A basilica was not only an impressive building, it was a place for courts and administration. Bathhouses were not only for washing, they were social spaces where people met, negotiated, and exchanged information. The Roman city connected public life. The largest cities demonstrated imperial power. Rome itself contained hundreds of thousands of inhabitants at its height. The city required enormous supplies, grain from Egypt and North Africa, water from distant mountains, stone from across the empire. The infrastructure needed to support the population was extraordinary. Aqueducts carried water over long distances. The remains of arches, channels, and reservoirs show the engineering involved. Water supplied fountains, baths, private homes, industrial workshops. The system depended on maintenance. A damaged channel could affect thousands of people. Cities also reflected local traditions. Roman urban planning was not identical everywhere. A city in Britain looked different from one in Syria or North Africa. Local materials shaped construction. Local customs influenced daily life. But common features appeared. Roman streets, Roman public buildings, Roman administrative structures. The empire created a shared urban language. Cities were also places where cultures mixed. A marketplace could contain merchants speaking different languages. A military town could include soldiers from distant provinces. A port could connect goods from multiple continents. The empire's diversity was visible in its streets. The evidence from inscriptions shows people identifying themselves through multiple identities. A person could be local and Roman, provincial and imperial, connected to a hometown while participating in a larger system. But cities also revealed inequality. Elite houses contained mosaics, gardens, and imported goods. Poorer residents lived in smaller apartments. Urban life included crowded streets, fire risks, and disease. The city was an opportunity and a challenge. As the empire aged, cities changed. Some declined after losing economic importance. Others survived and adapted. Many modern European and Mediterranean cities developed around Roman foundations. Ancient streets became modern routes. Roman walls became city boundaries. Old administrative centers remained important. The evidence demonstrates a pattern. Rome's greatest creation was not only an empire, it was a network. Cities connected distant regions, roads connected cities. Ships connected ports. Officials connected governments. People connected cultures. The empire existed because information and resources could move: a stone road, a water channel, a market building, a public inscription. Each object reveals the same mechanism. Rome transformed territory into a connected world, and once those connections weakened, the empire itself began to change. A line of stone blocks disappears beneath grass and soil. The surface is worn from centuries of movement. The road does not record the names of the people who walked across it. It records something more important: connection. Roman roads were among the most visible structures of imperial power. They linked military camps, cities, ports, farms, government centers. The network allowed Rome to move armies and information across territories that stretched from Britain to Syria. The evidence survives everywhere: stone paving, milestones, bridge foundations, drainage channels, roadside settlements. Each object reveals a carefully organized system. A Roman road was not simply a path created by repeated travel. It was engineered. Surveyors measured routes. Workers cleared land. Layers of stone and gravel created stable surfaces. Drainage prevented water damage. Bridges crossed rivers. The construction required planning and labor on a massive scale. The earliest major Roman roads developed in Italy. The Via Appia began construction in 312 BC during the Republic. Its purpose was strategic. It connected Rome with southern Italy. Armies could move faster, officials could travel more efficiently, goods could reach markets. The same principle expanded across the empire. A road created military advantage. Military advantage supported expansion. Expansion created new roads. The network grew because each conquest created another need for connection. The roads also transformed ordinary life. Merchants used them to transport goods, officials used them to manage provinces, travelers used them to move between communities. Messages carried along official routes could cross enormous distances. The imperial government developed a courier system called the cursus publicus. Stations placed along roads provided fresh animals and supplies for authorized travelers. The system allowed government communication across the empire. The physical evidence reveals how movement shaped Roman society. A village near a road had different opportunities from an isolated settlement. Markets developed. Workshops appeared. New communities formed. The road changed the landscape around it, but roads also served control. They allowed armies to respond quickly to rebellion. They allowed governors to enforce imperial decisions. They allowed tax collectors to reach rural areas. The same structure that encouraged trade also strengthened government authority. The empire's roads crossed different environments: mountain passes, deserts, forests, coastal plains. Each region required different engineering solutions. In Britain, roads crossed wet landscapes. In North Africa, roads connected desert regions and military zones. In the eastern provinces, routes linked ancient cities with imperial centers. The network was not perfect. Travel remained slow by modern standards. Bandits existed. Weather created problems. But compared with many ancient societies, Roman infrastructure created unusual mobility. The decline of some roads reflected broader changes in the empire. When political authority weakened, maintenance became more difficult. Bridges deteriorated, stone was reused, routes changed. The evidence of decline appears gradually. A repaired road, a damaged milestone, a forgotten crossing. The road did not disappear suddenly. It changed with the society around it. The Roman road system reveals the central mechanism of empire. Control required movement. Movement required infrastructure. Infrastructure required organization. A road was not only stone. It was a physical connection between distant people. It allowed Rome to become more than a city. It became a network, and the strength of that network determined how long the empire could remain united. A line of stones stretches across open countryside. There are no grand monuments, no imperial statues, only foundations, walls, ditches, fort remains. These objects mark the edge of Roman authority, the frontier. The Roman Empire was often imagined as a single continuous territory. The evidence shows something more complicated. The borders were zones of contact. Trade, conflict, negotiation, migration. The frontier was where Rome met the societies beyond its control. The most famous example is Hadrian's Wall in Britain. Built beginning in AD 122 during the reign of Emperor Hadrian, the wall stretched across northern Britain. The structure included stone sections, forts, gates, and roads. Its purpose was not simply to stop every person crossing. The empire's borders were too large for complete separation. Instead, the wall controlled movement. Soldiers could monitor crossings, officials could collect information. Goods could be inspected. The frontier created order. Similar systems existed elsewhere. Along the Rhine and Danube rivers, Roman forts guarded important routes. In the east, desert fortifications protected approaches towards Syria and Arabia. The physical structures differed. The purpose remained similar: maintain control with limited resources. Roman soldiers stationed at frontiers lived far from Italy. Military inscriptions reveal their origins. A soldier from Spain might serve in Germany. A soldier from Thrace might serve in Britain. A soldier from Syria might defend Egypt. The army itself reflected the empire's diversity. Frontier communities developed around forts. Markets appeared. Craftsmen supplied soldiers. Families settled nearby. A military base could become a permanent town. Some modern cities developed from these Roman frontier settlements. The relationship between Rome and neighboring peoples was not always hostile. The empire traded with communities beyond the borders. Roman coins appear in regions outside imperial control. Imported goods reveal long-distance exchange. Diplomacy was as important as warfare. Rome often worked with local leaders. Treaties created alliances. Client kingdoms acted as buffers between Rome and stronger enemies. But frontier systems also created tension. Rome's expansion had limits. By the 2nd century AD, emperors increasingly focused on defending existing territory rather than constant conquest. Hadrian's decision to build a wall in Britain represented this change. The empire was becoming aware that expansion had costs. Every new territory required soldiers, administrators, roads, tax systems, defense. The frontier became a calculation. Was the land worth the resources needed to control it? The answer changed depending on the region. The empire's greatest challenge was maintaining balance. Too much expansion created overstretched borders. Too much withdrawal created vulnerability. The 3rd century crisis exposed this problem. Enemies crossed weakened frontiers. Generals moved armies away from traditional defensive positions. Political instability reduced coordination. The frontier system depended on a strong central government. Without that, local commanders gained more power. The evidence of Roman frontiers remains visible because Rome invested enormous effort into controlling distance. A wall, a fort, a milestone, a watchtower. Each object represents a decision. Someone calculated where soldiers should stand, where roads should run, where resources should be placed. The frontier was not the edge of Rome. It was the place where Rome was constantly negotiated. The empire existed not only in the cities behind the borders, it existed in the spaces between cultures. The frontier reveals the true complexity of Roman power. Rome was strongest when it could connect distant worlds. It became vulnerable when those connections began to weaken. A wooden shipwreck rests beneath layers of sand and seawater. The remains include broken anchors, ceramic containers, metal fittings, fragments of timber shaped by ancient tools. The wreck reveals a reality often overlooked. Rome was not only a land empire, it depended on the sea. The Mediterranean was the center of Roman power. The Romans called it Mare Nostrum, our sea. The phrase reflected control, but that control had to be created. The early Roman Republic was not originally a naval power. Rome's strength came from land armies. Its position on the Italian peninsula gave it access to the Mediterranean, but other states dominated maritime trade. The greatest rival was Carthage. The Punic Wars forced Rome to build a navy capable of challenging an established sea power. The evidence comes from ship remains, naval bases, and ancient descriptions of Roman engineering. During the First Punic War, Rome constructed fleets rapidly. Roman engineers adapted captured enemy designs. They created ships based on existing Mediterranean models. The Romans also developed boarding systems that allowed soldiers to turn naval battles into something closer to land combat. The result was victory over Carthage. After defeating its rivals, Rome expanded control across the Mediterranean. The navy became essential for maintaining the empire. Ships transported soldiers, moved grain, protected trade routes, carried officials. The Roman economy depended on maritime movement. Egyptian grain traveled by ship to feed Constantinople and Rome. Spanish metals moved through Mediterranean ports. North African agricultural products reached distant markets. Without naval security, the imperial economy would weaken. The Roman navy operated from bases across the empire. Ports such as Ravenna, Misenum, Alexandria, and others supported fleets. The remains of docks, warehouses, and ship facilities reveal the organization required. Ships required timber, sailmakers, rope producers, metal workers, skilled crews. A navy was an entire industrial system. Unlike later naval empires, Rome's primary goal was usually control rather than exploration. The Mediterranean was already known to ancient sailors. Rome's challenge was keeping movement safe. Piracy was one of the major threats. Before imperial control was established, pirate groups disrupted trade. The campaigns of Pompey the Great in the 1st century BC demonstrated how seriously Rome treated the problem. After piracy declined, commercial activity expanded. The sea became a highway, but naval power had limits. The empire's borders were mostly determined by land forces. Armies conquered territory, roads connected provinces, navies supported the system. During the later empire, naval resources became more difficult to maintain. Political instability affected military organization. Regional commanders gained greater independence. New threats appeared. The Mediterranean was no longer completely controlled by Rome. The loss of North Africa to the Vandals in the 5th century affected naval power. The Eastern Empire continued maintaining fleets. The Byzantine navy later developed specialized weapons and strategies. One famous example was Greek fire, a substance used in naval warfare. The exact formula remains unknown. The evidence comes from descriptions rather than surviving examples. The Roman relationship with the sea changed over centuries. Republic, empire, Eastern Roman state. The ships changed, the ports changed, the enemies changed, but the principle remained. A state controlling the Mediterranean could connect distant regions. A state losing that control became more isolated. The sea was not simply a boundary around Rome, it was the system that allowed Rome to exist. Every ship carrying grain, every merchant vessel crossing between provinces, every military transport moving soldiers, maintained the connection between the empire's many parts. The Mediterranean made Rome possible, and when that connection weakened, the empire changed with it. A marble portrait sits inside a museum collection. The face belongs to an emperor. The expression was designed carefully. The hairstyle, the clothing, the symbols. Each detail communicated a political message, but behind every imperial image was a human system built around uncertainty. The Roman Empire was ruled by individuals, yet the survival of the state depended on institutions. The emperor controlled armies, appointed officials, issued laws, represented Roman authority, but every emperor inherited problems created by previous rulers: succession, military loyalty, economic pressure, frontier defense. The first emperor, Augustus, understood this. After decades of civil war, he avoided the appearance of monarchy. The evidence appears in titles and monuments. He presented himself as the restorer of the republic. But the power structure had changed. The emperor controlled the military and administration. The republic existed in form. The empire existed in reality. Later emperors handled this balance differently. Some maintained cooperation with the Senate. Others relied heavily on personal authority. The system depended on the personality and ability of each ruler. The evidence from coins and inscriptions shows how emperors shaped public identity. A new emperor often changed images on currency. New buildings appeared, new policies were announced. The population needed to recognize the new authority quickly. This became especially important during crises. The year of 4 emperors in AD 69 demonstrated the danger of military competition. 4 different men claimed imperial power within 1 year. The winner was Vespasian. His success established the Flavian dynasty. The event revealed a permanent reality. The emperor required support from the army. The army could create emperors. During the 2nd century, a different pattern emerged. Rulers such as Trajan, Hadrian, and Marcus Aurelius created periods of stability. The empire expanded. Borders were managed. Administration functioned. But the stability depended on careful succession. When Marcus Aurelius died and passed power to his son Commodus, the political balance changed. The empire entered another period of uncertainty. The 3rd century showed how fragile the system could become. Emperors rose through military support. Many ruled briefly. Some never reached Rome. The imperial title became connected with battlefield success. Diocletian attempted to solve this problem through structural reform. The Tetrarchy created multiple emperors with shared responsibility. The idea was logical. The empire was too large for one ruler. But political systems depend on human cooperation. After Diocletian's retirement, competition returned. Constantine eventually emerged victorious. His reign transformed the empire again. The emperor became connected with Christianity. A new capital was created. The political center moved east. Later emperors faced different challenges. They managed smaller territories, negotiated with foreign powers, relied on powerful generals. The title remained. the reality changed. The final Western emperors controlled limited resources. Romulus Augustus was not removed because the Roman idea had vanished. He was removed because the political system supporting the Western throne had weakened. The history of Roman emperors reveals a pattern. The empire was never controlled by one type of ruler. It survived under conquerors, administrators, reformers, warriors, diplomats. Its weakness was also connected to the same system. Too much power concentrated in one position created instability when the wrong person held it. The marble portraits survive. The names survive. But the evidence beneath them reveals something more complex. Rome was not created by emperors alone, and it did not disappear because of one emperor. The empire was a system of millions of people responding to decisions made at the top. The emperor stood at the center, but the empire extended far beyond the person wearing the crown. A marble inscription lists the names of Roman officials. Some names belong to wealthy families, some belong to men who held public offices generations after the Republic ended. The stone reveals a surprising fact. The Roman Senate did not disappear when emperors took power. It changed. The Senate began as the central political body of the Roman Republic. For centuries, senators debated laws, managed finances, directed foreign policy, controlled major decisions of state. The Republic's political system was built around competition between elite families. Senators gained influence through ancestry, wealth, military achievements, and public reputation. When Augustus became the first emperor, he did not remove the Senate. The institution remained because it provided legitimacy. The empire still needed the appearance of Roman tradition. Senators continued meeting in Rome, they continued passing decrees, they continued holding prestigious offices. But the balance of power had changed. The emperor controlled the army. The emperor controlled key provinces. The emperor appointed important officials. The Senate became less independent. The evidence appears in official inscriptions and imperial reforms. Senators still possessed status, but many decisions increasingly depended on imperial approval. The relationship between emperors and senators varied. Some rulers respected the Senate. Others viewed it as a potential threat. The memory of Julius Caesar's assassination remained important. A powerful politician with military support could challenge the emperor. Security became part of imperial politics. Under some emperors, senators faced accusations of conspiracy, property could be confiscated, families could lose influence. Under others, senators became important advisors. The institution survived because it adapted. The Senate also changed geographically. Originally connected to Roman aristocratic families from Italy, it gradually included elites from across the empire. A senator could come from Spain, Gaul, North Africa, the eastern provinces. Roman citizenship and wealth created new political pathways. The empire expanded the meaning of being Roman. The Senate's role was especially important in administration. Senators governed provinces, commanded armies, managed legal responsibilities. Their networks helped maintain imperial government. The empire depended on cooperation between the emperor and local elites. This relationship helped Rome govern enormous territories without a modern bureaucracy. But the Senate's influence declined during periods of military crisis. As armies became more important politically, generals gained power. During the 3rd century crisis, emperors were often created by soldiers rather than traditional political institutions. Military authority increasingly outweighed senatorial authority. Diocletian later reduced the Senate's practical importance by reorganizing government. The empire became more centralized. Officials appointed by the emperor managed more aspects of administration. By the late empire, the Senate was mostly a prestigious institution rather than the center of decision-making, yet it continued. The Senate of Rome survived even after the Western emperors disappeared. Under later rulers of Italy, senators still existed. The institution outlasted many political systems. The evidence from inscriptions, buildings, and legal records shows a pattern repeated throughout Roman history. Institutions survived by changing. The Senate was not the same body that governed the Republic, but it carried the memory of that earlier world, a meeting place, A title, a collection of names carved into stone. These objects connect different periods of Roman history: the Republic, the Empire, the late Roman world. The Senate reveals one of Rome's most important characteristics. Rome survived because it could transform old structures into new ones. The empire was not built by destroying everything before it. It was built by adapting what already existed. A row of stone columns stands above the remains of an ancient public building. The roof is gone, the walls are incomplete, but the structure still communicates its original purpose. It was designed to represent permanence. Roman architecture was not only about creating useful spaces, it was about creating visible evidence of power. Across the empire, buildings carried the same message: Rome had arrived. The earliest Roman structures borrowed heavily from neighboring cultures. The Greeks influenced columns, temples, and artistic styles. The Etruscans influenced engineering techniques and urban planning. Rome combined these traditions and developed its own approach. The evidence appears in arches, concrete structures, and planned cities. One of Rome's most important innovations was the widespread use of concrete. The material allowed Roman builders to create structures that were larger and more flexible than traditional stone construction. Walls could support enormous spaces, vaults could cover wide areas, domes could rise above buildings. The Pantheon in Rome demonstrates this achievement. Its massive dome remains one of the largest unreinforced concrete domes ever built. The building's design required careful control of materials. Heavy concrete formed the lower sections. Lighter materials reduced weight toward the top. The structure itself reveals engineering decisions made nearly 2,000 years ago. Public buildings were central to Roman urban life. Bathhouses were among the most complex. A Roman bath required water supply, heating systems, drainage, large halls, changing rooms. The remains of bath complexes reveal the technical skill involved. Under floors, workers built systems that carried hot air. Water moved through pipes. Different rooms maintained different temperatures. The baths were not private luxuries. They were social centers. People exercised, conducted business, met friends, participated in public life. Amphitheaters served another purpose. The Colosseum in Rome is the most famous example. Its structure included seating systems, underground chambers, entrances, and mechanical devices. The building could manage tens of thousands of spectators. The design reflected Roman priorities: organization, crowd movement, public spectacle. Temples also communicated political and religious ideas. They dominated city centers. Their columns and elevated platforms created visual authority. A temple was not only a place of worship, it was part of the city's political landscape. The empire repeated architectural patterns across provinces. A city in Britain or North Africa might contain a forum, basilica, baths, and temples arranged according to Roman planning. These buildings created familiarity. A person traveling across the empire could recognize Roman urban space even thousands of kilometers from Italy. Architecture helped create a shared identity, but construction required enormous resources. Stone quarries supplied materials. Forests provided timber. Mines produced metals. Workers transported and assembled everything. The buildings were physical products of the entire imperial system. As the empire declined in certain regions, architecture changed. Large public buildings became harder to maintain. Materials were reused. Marble was removed from older structures. Buildings were transformed for new purposes. The evidence shows time passing. Fresh stone, weathered stone, broken stone, reused stone. Rome's architecture survived because it adapted. A monument built for an emperor could later become a church. A road structure could become a city boundary. A wall could defend a different population centuries later. The buildings reveal the same pattern found throughout Roman history. Rome's greatest strength was not simply creating things, it was creating systems that continued after the original purpose disappeared. Stone carried the memory of the empire long after the empire itself had changed. A channel cut into stone carries water across a landscape. The source is far away. The destination is a city. The The structure reveals one of Rome's most important achievements. Engineering was the mechanism that transformed territory into empire. Roman power depended on solving practical problems. How do you supply water to hundreds of thousands of people? How do you move armies across mountains? How do you build ports, bridges, and defensive walls? The evidence survives in structures designed for function. Aqueducts, roads, sewers, harbors, bridges, machines. Roman engineers rarely invented every technique they used. Instead, they combined older ideas and improved them on a larger scale. The aqueduct system demonstrates this approach. Cities required reliable water supplies. Rivers and local wells were often insufficient. Aqueducts transported water from springs and mountains into urban centers. The remains show careful measurement. The channels maintained a slight downward slope, too steep, and water moved too quickly, too flat, and it stopped flowing. Engineers calculated gradients across enormous distances. The Pont du Gard in southern Gaul reveals the scale possible. Its stone arches carried an aqueduct across a valley. The structure was not simply decorative. Each block supported a carefully planned water system. Inside cities, water management continued. Lead and ceramic pipes distributed water. Fountains provided public access. Baths consumed enormous quantities. Sewers removed waste. The Cloaca Maxima in Rome began as an early drainage system and continued functioning for centuries. These systems improved urban life but required constant maintenance. Engineering was also central to military expansion. Roman bridges allowed armies and supplies to cross rivers quickly. The remains of stone bridge foundations reveal the importance of permanent connections. Temporary military bridges could be built during campaigns. Permanent bridges supported long-term control. Ports were another major engineering challenge. The empire depended on maritime trade. Harbors protected ships from storms and allowed goods to move efficiently. The Romans built breakwaters, warehouses, and docks across the Mediterranean. The port of Rome at Ostia demonstrates the connection between infrastructure and economy. Ships arrived carrying grain, oil, wine, and other supplies. The engineering allowed a city far from agricultural production to survive. Roman construction also depended on standardized methods. Measurements, tools, materials, labor organization. The same principles appeared across different provinces. A road in Britain and a road in Syria followed similar concepts. A fort on the Rhine and a fort on the Danube used similar designs. Standardization allowed Rome to manage distance, but engineering had limits. Large projects required money, workers, political stability. When governments weakened, maintenance became difficult. A damaged bridge could interrupt trade. A broken aqueduct could affect cities. Infrastructure connected the empire. Infrastructure failure disconnected it. The physical remains reveal both achievement and vulnerability. A functioning aqueduct shows organization. A collapsed aqueduct shows neglect. A repaired road shows adaptation. A reused bridge shows changing priorities. Roman engineering became one of the empire's longest-lasting contributions. Many structures survived because they were built to solve real problems. They were not created only to impress. They moved water, moved people, moved armies, moved goods. The empire existed because these systems allowed distant regions to function together. A stone channel in the countryside, a bridge over a river, a road disappearing toward the horizon. Each object represents thousands of decisions. Each structure reveals the same principle. Rome conquered territory through armies, but it controlled territory through engineering. A collection of bronze surgical instruments rests inside an archaeological display. Forceps, scalpels, probes, needles, the objects reveal a part of Roman history, often hidden behind military achievements. The empire was also a place of medical practice, experimentation, and accumulated knowledge. Roman medicine was not modern medicine. There were no microscopes, no antibiotics, no understanding of bacteria, but Roman physicians observed the human body, recorded treatments, and developed techniques that influenced later medical traditions. The foundation of Roman medicine came from earlier Greek knowledge. Greek physicians and medical texts shaped Roman practices. Doctors studied ideas about anatomy, diet, injuries, and disease. The Roman world expanded access to these ideas through cities, military camps, and written works. The evidence survives in medical manuscripts and archaeological discoveries. The military was one of the most important environments for Roman medicine. A professional army required medical support. Soldiers suffered wounds from weapons, broken bones from combat, infections from battlefield injuries. Military hospitals called valetudinaria existed near forts. Their remains reveal organized spaces for treatment, rooms, storage areas, medical tools. The army understood that healthy soldiers were necessary for military success. Physicians followed armies across the empire. A wounded soldier on the Rhine could receive treatment using methods similar to those used in other provinces. Standardization appeared again. The same pattern found in roads and military camps appeared in medicine. Organization created efficiency. Roman doctors also treated civilian populations. Large cities contained physicians with different specialties. Some focused on surgery, others on eye problems, others on general care. Medical inscriptions reveal individuals who built professional reputations. The social position of doctors varied. Some were highly respected, others were enslaved medical workers serving wealthy households. Knowledge moved through written texts. One of the most influential Roman medical writers was Galen. Born in Pergamon in the 2nd century AD, he worked as a physician and wrote extensively about anatomy, physiology, and treatment. His ideas influenced medicine for more than 1,000 years, but Galen's knowledge also had limitations. Some conclusions were based on animal observation rather than human dissection. Later generations accepted some errors because his authority became so strong. This reveals an important pattern in history. Knowledge can survive even when parts of it are incorrect. Roman science also included engineering, astronomy, mathematics, and geography. The empire required practical knowledge. Surveyors measured land, architects calculated structures, military engineers designed fortifications, government officials recorded populations and resources. The need to manage an empire encouraged technical skills. Roman scientific achievements were often practical rather than theoretical. The question was usually not, how does the universe work? It was, how can we build this? How can we measure this? How can we organize this? The evidence appears in objects: a surgical instrument, a measuring tool, a construction plan, a medical text. Each item shows a civilization collecting and applying knowledge. But science depended on communication. Libraries preserved texts, schools trained professionals, cities connected specialists. When political systems weakened, some networks declined. Yet much Roman knowledge survived through manuscripts copied by later societies. The legacy of Roman medicine was not that Rome discovered everything. It was that Rome preserved, organized, and transmitted knowledge across enormous distances. A bronze surgical tool from an ancient settlement does not reveal an empire of conquest. It reveals an empire of problem solving. The same civilization that built roads and bridges also built systems for understanding the human body. Rome's power came not only from what it destroyed, it came from what it learned and passed forward. A stone seat carved with a name remains inside a ruined arena. The inscription is small. The building is enormous. Together they reveal a central feature of Roman society. Public entertainment was not a distraction from Roman life. It was part of how Roman cities functioned. Theaters, circuses, amphitheaters, bath complexes, these spaces brought together thousands of people. They created shared experiences. They also communicated social order and political authority. The most famous structure is the Colosseum in Rome. Completed under the Flavian emperors in the 1st century AD, the amphitheater could hold tens of thousands of spectators. Its remains reveal advanced crowd management. Multiple entrances, numbered seating sections, passageways, underground chambers. The building was designed for movement. People entered, found their seats, watched events, exited efficiently. The architecture itself shows organization. The events held inside were varied. Gladiatorial contests were among the most recognizable. Gladiators were trained fighters who participated in controlled combat. They came from different backgrounds. Some were enslaved, some were prisoners, some volunteered. Their training schools prepared them physically and technically. The evidence comes from inscriptions, equipment, and remains of gladiator barracks. The public viewed these contests as demonstrations of skill, courage, and social hierarchy, but gladiatorial combat was only one form of entertainment. Animal hunts displayed exotic creatures brought from distant provinces, lions from North Africa, elephants, bears, other animals from across the empire. The events demonstrated Rome's ability to collect resources from enormous distances. A wild animal appearing in an arena represented a chain of supply. Hunters, transport ships, handlers, officials, the spectacle was connected to imperial power. The Circus Maximus served a different purpose. Its enormous track hosted chariot races. The evidence shows the importance of racing culture. Teams were connected to different colors, crowds developed strong loyalties, charioteers could become famous, the races created excitement across social classes. Theater was another important part of Roman entertainment. Plays combined comedy, tragedy, and political commentary. The remains of theaters across the empire show how widespread Roman performance culture became. A theater in Spain, a theater in North Africa, a theater in the eastern provinces. Each represented local participation in Roman urban life. Public entertainment also had political value. Emperors funded games and buildings to demonstrate generosity. Providing spectacles helped strengthen relationships between rulers and citizens. The phrase bread and circuses later became associated with the idea of distracting populations with food and entertainment. But the evidence shows a more complicated reality. Games were also religious events, community gatherings, expressions of identity. People were not simply passive observers. They participated in a shared social world. Entertainment required enormous resources. Animals had to be captured and transported, buildings had to be maintained, workers prepared events, money was spent. The system depended on a wealthy and organized empire. As imperial finances weakened in some regions, large-scale spectacles became harder to maintain. Buildings changed use, audiences declined, materials were reused. The arenas became evidence of transformation. A broken seat, a damaged inscription, a collapsed entrance. Each object reveals a different stage of history. The arena was once filled with thousands of voices. Later it became a quarry for building materials. Eventually it became a ruin. Roman entertainment survives because it was built into the structure of society. The games reveal how Rome understood power. Authority was not expressed only through laws and armies. It was also displayed through public spaces where millions of people experienced the empire together. A marble statue stands without its original paint. The surface appears white, the face looks permanent. But the object was never only decoration. It was a message. Roman art recorded power, identity, memory, political authority. The empire was experienced not only through laws and armies, it was experienced through images, a portrait of an emperor, a relief on a monument, a coin in someone's hand, a painted wall inside a private home. Each object communicated information about the world Rome wanted people to see. Roman portrait sculpture developed a strong connection with politics. Emperors used images to establish recognition across enormous territories. A person in Britain or Egypt might never see the emperor in person, but they could see his face on coins, statues, official buildings. The image created a connection between ruler and subject. Coins were especially important. Millions circulated throughout the empire. A small piece of metal carried the emperor's name and symbols. Military victories, religious messages, political claims. The object passed through ordinary hands. A soldier's payment, a merchant's purchase, a tax payment. Imperial messages traveled with economic activity. The evidence from coins allows historians to track changing rulers and policies. A new emperor often produced new designs quickly. The images announced a transfer of power. Public monuments created larger messages. The Areopagus in Rome celebrated Augustus and his family. The monument contained scenes of religious ceremony and imperial continuity. The message was clear. The new political order was connected to peace and tradition. Architecture and art worked together. A building could become a political statement. A column, a temple, an arch, A statue. Each element contributed to the public image of Rome. The Arch of Titus recorded military victory in Jerusalem. Its relief showed captured objects being carried through Rome. The images preserved a specific political memory. Victory became stone. Roman art also appeared in private spaces. Wall paintings from Pompeii reveal homes decorated with landscapes, myths, architecture, and daily scenes. Mosaics covered floors. Household objects carried artistic designs. Art was not limited to government buildings. It existed in ordinary environments, but Roman art was also connected to social status. Wealthy families displayed expensive materials, imported marble, bronze sculptures, decorated rooms. These objects demonstrated position within Roman society. Provincial communities also created their own artistic styles. The empire did not produce identical art everywhere. Local traditions mixed with Roman forms. A monument in North Africa could combine Roman design with local influences. A statue in Syria could reflect different cultural backgrounds. The result was a diverse visual language. As Christianity spread, Roman artistic traditions transformed. Images changed, symbols changed, buildings changed, but the techniques continued. Mosaics, sculpture, architecture, the same skills were adapted for new purposes. The study of Roman art also reveals limitations. Images were created by people with power. They often show official perspectives. An emperor's statue tells us what the government wanted remembered. It does not always reveal how ordinary people felt. Archaeologists compare artistic evidence with letters, objects, and physical remains to understand the larger picture. A marble portrait, a worn coin, a painted wall, a broken statue. These objects are pieces of a larger investigation. They reveal how Rome represented itself. The empire did not only control territory, it controlled memory. Images helped define what Roman power looked like. And centuries later, those images continue shaping how the world understands Rome.